Last week, Rutgers didn't have the makings of being a varsity athlete as Penn State won 55 to 10, picking up their ninth win overall on the season, scoring any and every which way possible. Now sitting at 9-2, entering Senior Day today, searching for a 10-win regular season before the bowl games begin. But as it is, in fact, Senior Day, I just want to take a moment here before we begin to recognize and say thank you to, in alphabetical order, to, of course, for the glory of Old State, to the falling seniors: Barney Amore, Jair Brown, Sean Clifford, Sebastian Constantini, Bryce Effner, Devon Ellies, Alex Fermanic, Charlie Katzer, Grayson Klein, PJ Mustafer, Jake Pinniger, Joey Porter Jr., Cody Romano, Juice Shrugs, Chris Stoll, Jaden Sider, Jonathan Sutherland, Nick Tarburton, Mitchell Tinsley, Marquise Wilson, Michael Wright, and Blake Zolar. The game with Michigan and Ohio State, in the meantime, as we are Penn State, the Lions' lone two losses this year, both to the Wolverines and Buckeyes last month. Michigan with a now official 45 to 23 win at the Shoe, defeating the Scarlet and Gray for the second consecutive year and for the first time in back-to-back years since 1999 and 2000. Michigan will now await either Purdue, Illinois, or Iowa, depending on what happens here today, next week in the Big Ten championship game. We're going to kick off on FS1 with Penn State and Michigan State for the Land-Grant Trophy momentarily. Of course, thank you for tuning in and listening. We're going to get into potential bowl game scenarios at the end of today's stream as well. Of course, once again, just depends on what happens. That's why I play the game. It's out on paper. It's out on the field. But as mentioned, as it is in fact Senior Day, I just want to take a moment there to recognize and say thank you to all the seniors. So for the glory of Old State, we are Penn State. As it is in fact Senior Day for Penn State on this, it's nice out. 50 degrees, sunny. Thanksgiving weekend, Saturday afternoon, even though, of course, the sun's going to be going down here shortly. Hopefully everyone had a happy Thanksgiving the other day and a safe and successful Black Friday. But in the meantime, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Michigan State, hashtag Penn State, hashtag MSU versus PSU. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, super likes, and super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. Iron Eagle's son and no Eagle and former Oregon head coach and Mark Helfrich will be on the call for FS1 in a couple of minutes from right here in Happy Valley at Beaver Stadium with, as always, of course, Steve Jones and Jack Ham on Penn State Radio, as Penn State, Michigan State will meet for the Land-Grant Trophy here today, as both are the nation's oldest land-grant institutions dating back to 1855. Michigan State, as Penn State is 9-2, the Spartans are sitting at 5-6, needing a win today to become bowl eligible after New Year's Six bowl appearance last year. And Michigan State in the all-time series, they have a one-game lead at 18-17 to 1 after a, of course, 30-27 win last year in the snow. So weather come full circle 1 year later, completely different in this matchup. But hopefully, third time won't be the charm for Go Green, Go White, the Michigan State Spartans, as is on this very day, November the 26th. Penn State has defeated Michigan State not once, but twice, dating back to 1993 when Penn State joined the Big Ten, including, I might add, 6 years ago today when Penn State won the Big Ten East, just as Michigan did in a win over Ohio State a minute ago. And as mentioned, Michigan to await either Purdue, Illinois, or Iowa next week in the Big Ten title game. But yeah, 6 years ago today, Penn State won the Big Ten East, and then 1 week later, next week, they of course won the Big Ten championship. Penn State, though, today, in order to win, in my opinion, the blue and white, the Nittany Lions, they're going to have to be able to continue to have a balanced and consistent running game on offense. Of course, continue to make stops on defense, but they also need to stop the run. Michigan State has 2 damn good running backs, so Penn State does as well. Both are true freshmen, and both Nick Singleton and Katron Allen became the first Big Ten freshman duo to have in one regular season, we still have a game to play, to have at least 700 plus total yards in 1 year. So pretty impressive for as long as the Big Ten's been around. But Penn State going to have to be able to, of course, continue to run the football on offense and stop it on defense. Today it all starts up front. Whoever, wins the line of scrimmage, I think, is going to win this game. Even though both teams are, yes, banged up. I mean, it's 12th game of the year. I mean, that's expected. But it's still next man up mentality. Nick Singleton, he needs 137 yards for 1,000 on the year today. The fat man, Katron Allen, he needs 252 to break that threshold, as well as 20 years ago, I might add, in this very game, Larry Johnson surpassed 2,000 rushing yards on the season against the Michigan State Spartans in a Penn State 61-7 win. As we hit the top of the hour at 4 p.m. Eastern time here, they should be taking us from Qatar with the World Cup to right here in Happy Valley, Beaver Stadium, with kickoff at 4:10 Eastern, as senior day festivities began at 3:35. They say kickoff for Michigan State, Penn State, officially at 4:10, which is, on par. I mean, normally for a 12 noon game, it's going to kick off about 12:05, 12:10. 3:30, it's 3:35, maybe 4:04 at the latest. Penn State having a 4 o'clock home game for the first time in God knows how long. I mean, it's right there in the middle of the afternoon. It's not 3:30, but it's not a night game. They've had a 5 o'clock game recently. A few of those, actually. And by recent, I mean like past decade. But, 4 p.m. kick. And then, bowl game. We'll get into those scenarios, like I said, at the end. But depending on where they go, it's either going to be at 1, 5, or at night. So we'll see what it gives. But, of course, got to take care of business today to, get there, even though they're already bowl eligible. They're on a 3-game winning streak after starting 5-0. Lost at Michigan. Won in the whiteout. Lost to Ohio State. And a lot of what-ifs with 4th and 6 and 9:26 in those 2 games with the game that we just watched. If only this, if only that, but coulda, woulda, shoulda, too, at the same point in time. So, I mean, hate to lose, but 2 good losses, arguably 2 of the best teams in the country. But Michigan defeating the Ohio State Buckeyes officially once again. Your final score 45-23. 2 75-plus yard rushing touchdowns in the fourth quarter alone. And then they got some turnovers on defense. But since Penn State lost to Ohio State Halloween weekend, they've won 3 straight. All 3 games at Indiana, Maryland, and at Rutgers last week. Very similar in a 45-14, 30-0, and 55-10 win, respectively. Especially come the second half, it's like mid-third quarter, they're putting backups in and getting a lot of guys some reps, more playing time, more experience, which is key to continue building towards the future. They've already re-won the Governor's Victory Bell. Let's go get the land grant trophy back from Michigan State as well today. And with that being said, pressure into making Michigan State make some mistakes, force turnovers, and then, of course, go to capitalize and convert off of those. especially on third down and in the red zone today. Special teams and turnovers very well could be the difference because, might add, since 2008, dating back to Penn State's second of the most three recent Big Ten championships they've had, when Michigan State has won this very game, and normally, they'll play final game of the season after they realign the Big Ten, and they continue to play each other every year since, as they met every year from 93 until 10, and then 11, 12, 13, they didn't meet, but from 14 on, still for the most part at the end of the regular season, had a few mid-season matchups, mid to late October, early mid-November, but here we are, final regular season game of the year. But when Michigan State has won this very game for the Land-Grant Trophy, it's been very close. Spartans have won by an average margin of victory of only 4 points. Okay? Keep that number in mind with the number I'm about to tell you. Because when Penn State has won this game since then as well, the blue and white have won by an average of 26 points. So there's a wide gap right there. So basically, with that being said, if Michigan State can keep it close, they're going to have a better chance to win this game. But as Penn State is a 19-point home favorite, now, whether they cover or not, I don't really care. It doesn't matter as long as they find a way to win and win the game. But yeah, could potentially be a 2.5, 3, 4, score game once it's all said and done. Peyton Thorne at quarterback for Michigan State. They got Berger and Collins in the backfield. So, like I said, Penn State offensively going to have to run the football with Singleton and the fat man, and then stop the run on defense. Joey Porter Jr. could be returning in the back end after he's been out the past few games following a emergency surgery as he got his appendix removed, emergency appendectomy. These middle linebackers, though, I still think need to step up a little bit. And, it's for the most part Curtis Jacobs, Abdul Carter, Sutherland and Elsden, and then Kobe King recently. But all starts up front. Offense, defensive line. We'll see who's playing and who's not. But, Clifford's going to have to make some plays too. Parker Washington, of course, still done for the year with a lower leg injury. So, Tinsley, Lambert Smith, Harrison Wallace, Amari Evans, to name a few, even, Liam Clifford. Malik Mega's been playing on special teams all year. Has played some receiver recently, but, even Caden Saunders, Tyler Johnson, Anthony Ivey, Jaden Doughton. They moved recently, and they're going to continue to move. Donald Driver's son, who was James Franklin's wide receiver when Franklin was the Packers wide receivers coach. As he's in the back end on defense in the secondary, or move him to receiver, but he's, still like a Marquise Wilson now, can do it all. Even the return game. And Penn State last week, the first time since they beat Michigan State 2 years ago, had a special teams return for a touchdown. Of course, Singleton, 100 yards to get going, but then they gave up a big return and then settled down. And then after they were down 3-0, up 7-3, down 10-7, they scored 49 unanswered and won 55-10 last week at Rutgers. So, awaiting FS1 to take us to kickoff. We're on a commercial break from FIFA wrapping up, but as always, coming to halftime, we're going to have first half stats and scores. We'll recap what's already happened this week, of course, as we've had some midweek games with Holiday, and then full slate yesterday, and then continuing on today. And then we're a week out from the college football playoff being revealed, and the bowl games next Sunday as well. So we'll recap and preview, like we always do, the FCS playoffs. speaking of playoffs, kidding me, playoffs? Those began today as well, so we'll dive in to see what's going on there. And then we'll get into potential bowl games and opponents for Penn State at the end, as we'll know for sure next Sunday where the blue and white are going for the postseason. And it seems like it's either going to be out west, depending on what happens, the granddaddy of them all, but I highly doubt it. But for the most part, back down south to Sunshine State. So, of course, you get the extra practices, you get the extra game, continue to build. And, 11-11 the past 2 years, entering this year. Another 5-0 start. They lose, they win, they lose, 3 in a row. Here we go today. So, it's 4:09 Eastern. They said kick was at 4:10. So, we are Penn State. Once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And here we go. After Michigan just beat Ohio State, we also saw South Carolina upset Clemson by 31-30. James Madison with a big win at home over Coastal Carolina, and Georgia defeating Georgia Tech. We're now watching, of course, Michigan State, Penn State, the Iron Bowl with Auburn and Alabama, Civil War, Oregon State, and the battle for Paul Bunyan's axe with the Golden Gophers and the Badgers with Minnesota and Wisconsin. So, as the sun goes down, Kenny's coming back to the BJC. We're going to kick off. And let's see if the blue and white can make some noise today. Seems like they're going to kick off and be on defense, so probably won the toss and deferred their choice the second half. And looks like Michigan State's getting the football to begin the game. So, without all that being said, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And yes, number 92, Jake Pinnerger on the kickoff for the blue and white from the south and north end zone, respectively, as the blue band will exit the field and take their seats. Michigan State in their road whites and a retro helmet today as well, the Block S. So Penn State kicks off from right to left across your television screen, ready on all dial from the 35-yard line, and we're underway. And we'll have a return from the goal line. Michigan State out past the 10, 15 to the 17-yard line. That's where they will set up shop, first and 10. So Penn State defensively, led by Manny Diaz. Coaching carousel spinning. Congrats to former Penn State linebacker and Temple and Baylor head coach Matt Roll. As, of course, no doubt about it, would have loved to have had him here in late 15, early 16 if there was a change made, let alone I've been saying for the past 2 years after they started 0-5 in 2020 and then, a 5-0 start, but then losing 6 of 8 last year, if, Franklin were to move on or get fired. Of course, they extended him right before this matchup last year. Matt Roll, in my opinion, would be the guy. Of course, he most recently was just fired by the Carolina Panthers and hired by Nebraska, and he'll be in the Big Ten. So congrats to Matt Roll. But Manny Diaz, his name, former Miami coach, long story short, could be coming up for some gigs, depending on what's open. But Michigan State on the opening play, they get 2 yards, second and 8, and then they roll out and pass complete for first down. So they move the sticks, first and 10, Michigan State, here to begin the game. As there's currently a few openings, but of course one filled. Probably gonna have 2 filled here soon, but then it's gonna. I think it's already spinning. It's gonna really spin here overnight and tomorrow and early next week. Fumble, pick it up, fall on it. Jesus fucking Christ! Elston has the ball at the 24-yard line. And what are the Zebras going to say with this huddle? Because it was a pass near side and backwards pass, fumbled, first down Penn State, so a turnover right off the bat on the opening Michigan State drive. Now you got to capitalize on it. Especially with good field, you got to punch it in. So pound the damn rock. Here's a replay. Officially lost 7 yards on the play. Yeah, that's a backwards pass. Simple screen and near side, and where he threw it, went behind the line, so that's backwards rather than forwards. Forward, an incomplete pass. They'd have a 2nd and 10, but then they were just, kicking the ball around. Nobody wanted to fall on it, and then Elsdon finally does. That's why I said that if somebody get on the damn ball, and he does, and they recover, and they say Penn State first down and 10 from the 24-yard line. Clifford, in his final home game, hands off to Katron Allen. 2-yard loss, unfortunately, but the fat man gets the start. He needs, as mentioned, now 254 for 1,000, but Singleton has a better chance of getting it today. Katron potentially, depending on what he does today in the bowl game, both potentially in the bowl game, depending on what happens today as well, but 2 true freshmen 1,000-yard backs come the end of the year. When they haven't been able to run the football the past 2-3 years, I mean, that's pretty damn impressive. You got to give a lot of credit to this offensive line, because they've been shit on, because they haven't been able to run the football. But as I said all year, I haven't thought they've looked that bad. It's just they shoot themselves in the foot too many damn times with penalties or turn the ball over themselves. But go hurry up, 3rd down from the 20, 3rd and 6 officially. Clifford going to roll out all day to fucking throw, and then he's just going to throw it away out of bounds. They complete. So here comes Pinniger for a field goal. About 37, 38-yard attempt. Go up 3-0 here early, 12:47 to play in the first quarter. Try to capitalize off of the Michigan State turnover. Here's James Franklin in his 9th year. And they will, in fact, kick it. Here's Pinniger. A couple 50-plus yard field goals the past couple weeks. When, beforehand, kick's going to be no good wide right. Maybe a penalty. Boos from the crowd. I mean, rightfully so. Just about ready to say. I mean, I didn't jinx him like Jim Nance, but I guess maybe I did. Snap and hold were good. I thought maybe there was a penalty with a little bit of an offside, and then they jumped over the line, and then it's, no good. So it seemed like Pinniger got spooked. He almost curled it in, though, right at the tail end, but hooked wide right, so no good. So still 0-0. So even with a short field after turnover, they can't do anything with it, which, I mean, isn't that shocking, but same point in time, what's new, like they either start slow and then get the crowd out of their ass and decide to play, say, right before halftime, or they're down and out for the count, and then they find a way to come back and hope to win it. But, he's made 2 50-plus yard field goals the past couple games. When, I was about ready to say before he missed it, that beforehand he couldn't hit anything, from like 45, 48 plus. But then he misses a fucking 37-yarder right there. Like, what the hell? But now, 12-15 on the year for him? Still a pretty damn good percentage, but, I mean, 3 points is 3 points. You'd like to have it. But I'll digress. I'll shut the hell up and just got to get back out there on defense and make a stop and, go from there. But still early, still a lot of football to be played. We'll see what he has. I'm sure something will. But, yeah. I mean, there's not really much else to be said about that. They do themselves more than they, get beat unless they're getting beat by their opponent, flat out. Like, it's more self-inflicted than there's anything else. Like, it's just stupid. But we'll see how it plays out. But they finally kick off, and a couple plays in for Michigan State turnover, a couple plays Penn State missed field goal. So still deadlocked at 0. As mentioned, we watched earlier Michigan, Ohio State, South Carolina, Clemson, along with James Madison, Coastal Carolina, and Georgia Tech, Georgia. Now it's Penn State Michigan State, yeah, he jumped over the fucking line, which you can't do. That should have been a penalty in the first down for Penn State, but it's not. Which, okay, whatever. Play on. Forget about it. Fuck them. Fuck these motherfuckers. They're already, throwing as many penalties as we saw in a few games the past couple of days. And speaking of Penn State, there's Bill O'Brien, Alabama offensive coordinator. But yeah, Michigan State, Penn State right now got Auburn, Alabama, Oregon State, and Minnesota, Wisconsin on. So we'll recap and preview as we always do at halftime. So stay tuned. But 2nd and 5, Michigan State from the 25, out of the gun. They'll hand off, and a first down run for a good 8-9 yards. So, yeah, Michigan State, red whites, old school helmet with only one side with the emblem on it. It's the old school block S. No Michigan State Spartan logo or the old school retro Spartan logo that they actually wore at Penn State 2 years ago. So first time this game's been played right here in Abbey Valley in front of fans since 2018, which was homecoming. They go deep down the near side and incomplete. Wanted to flag. Kalen King on the coverage, incomplete. So 2nd and 10. But Penn State, in the meantime, looking to beat Michigan State at home in front of fans as well for the first time since 2016 when they won the Big Ten East that day. And that was a slow start from what I can recall in that game before they put it on them and won by a good 30 points, 45-12. So 2nd and 10, Michigan State. Ball 34 and handoff and a loss of 2. Chop Robinson, Vanover there as well on the tackle. Chops him down for a loss. But of course, he transferred in from Maryland, has made a impact on the D line with Tarburton, and then you still have Mustafer in the middle. But all year, from week 1 until now, defensively, especially early in the season, until they, figured out, okay, who they were redshirting, able to play in 4 games and still redshirt. Down he goes on the sack. Chop Robinson, along with Adisa Isaac, who's back this year following his injury that he suffered in camp early 2021 and was out all last year. Sort of what happened to Zariah Fisher this year. It's a 4th down, Michigan State. They'll punt. Penn State gets the ball back. But they played a lot of guys on defense because they have recruited well enough and they have the depth. Almost blocked the punt. And Tinsley on the return, and he's not really going to get anything. They'll mark him down out of bounds, 17-yard line, 1st and 10. There is a flag on the play with 10:14 to play in the first quarter, though. So we'll see the dirty laundry is from the Zebras. Whitecap are going to signal timeout. So they'll take a TV timeout and be a full TO. But, yeah, it is getting hot. Not necessarily in here, but 50 in late November in central Pennsylvania, I'll take it. Even though it is first day hunting season, like a little colder, hell, it snowed a week and a half ago. That's all gone. But yeah, good weather for this game compared to how it was last year. I mean, hell, you couldn't even see Penn State on the fucking field with how bad it was snowing. And then it was a slow start then as well. I mean, this is a rivalry game. It's for a trophy, for one. They don't necessarily hate each other as, bad as Michigan State hates Michigan and then assaults players in the tunnel post-game by any means. But, yeah, like I said, 50 degrees weather. Just they gotta cool down though. They do. It seems like they're starting a little too, not necessarily hot on offense. They're playing good on defense, but so I mean that might be scorching, but they just got to find their groove, Be cool, calm, and collective. Relax. Take what the defense gives you. I mean, they did move the ball there a couple yards, but then it's just a missed field goal. They should be up 3-0 right now is what I'm getting at. So at least, defense gets another stop, and it's just how it is. Until the offense gets rolling, here we sit. So, yeah. We'll see who steps up. They continue to need to get these tight ends involved, I might add, as well. Clifford's going to have to make some plays, but doesn't seem like Kevon Lee's coming back from injury anytime soon, unless we see him, shortly. He's been out for quite a while now at this point, and they've gone with Singleton and Catron. But then last week, even with Parker Washington out for the year, missing a second game now, missed third, come the bowl game, and then we'll see if he's back next year. And they're losing Tinsley because of his grad transfer. Lambert Smith should be back, I would have to think, unless he would transfer himself. They got a few receivers coming in and recruiting, but I mean, you're honestly looking at, Harrison Walls, Amari Evans, and Caden Saunders, moving forward. But even last week without P-Dub, it didn't even seem like they needed him, that much, because they were able to run the ball, and they had, an offensive touchdown, times a couple, had a couple defense touchdowns, a special teams touchdown as well. If only they would have, punched in when they settled for fucking 3 inside the 5-yard line, they would have beat them by, more than they did in a 55-10, 45-point win. Very well could have put up 60, 63, 70 fucking points on Rutgers, which they haven't put up 70 plus since they beat Idaho early 2019 when they scored 79, and the 55 they scored last week was the most they'd scored since they beat Illinois in that extra game for the Big Ten late 2020, right before Christmas. But 2nd and 5 after 5-yard gain, Tinsley in motion. And they'll hand off to the fat man, Catron Allen. And he's going to get 4, so 3rd and 1. Maybe long 2, depending on the spot. But, Clifford's going to make some plays. They're going to have to run the ball like they always do. Try to at least they have it now, for that matter. But receivers, it's Tinsley, Lambert Smith, and then, Harrison Wallace, but then it sort of falls off, after that. But, it's still a decent 3 deep. But then these tight ends, and, it's like they do something good with them, and then they take a couple games off, and then they do it again. And then we'll see Catron Allen up the middle, going to lose his footing, and got enough for first down to begin with, almost broke it, but then he got tripped up, and 1st and 10, Penn State, the 40-yard line. So they'll run it again. Keep it up. Tire them out. Make sure their hands on hips here before too long. On their heels. This is when you want to beat them deep with some play action. So why not take a fucking shot? You're right around midfield. 2nd and 8 from the 42. I'd go deep here before too long. Okay, so Catron motions out near side for an empty set, but then now he motions back in, so Clifford looking his way, also looking to the tight end, is going to step up and run, and then he throws it incomplete, 10 for Tinsley. So incomplete 3rd and 8, but got to get these tight ends more involved, man. Theo Johnson, Brenton Strange, Tyler Warren. Dinkins has played recently. State College High, though, just beat North Allegheny last night in PIAA high school state playoffs. And the Little Lions are still undefeated. And they'll be moving into the final Elite 8 in the state for 6A. And 2 wins away from the state championship. Flag, 5 yards, 3rd and 13 for Penn State. Now they'll go empty. They're going to punt. I can guarantee you that. Because he heaves it out of bounds there and it's incomplete. So 4th down, they'll punt. Good God. Jesus fucking Christ. Just frustrating, but what's new? So Penn State on to boom it away. Here's Barney Moore. And it'll be fielded the 20, and he's got a hole and stiff arm, push out of bounds, about 33, 35-yard line, give or take. And be first and 10 Michigan State from there when we return. Franklin continuing to yell. We'll see if he does push-ups in this home game today like he did 2 weeks ago or not. But still 0-0 midway through this first quarter. Both teams with 2 drives. Both teams with nothing to show for it. I mean, at least Penn State got a turnover off of them, but missed field goal. And then the defense gets another damn stop. And then what do? They start going the right way, but then they go backwards. And they continue to go backwards. And then they have to punt. So until they just get out of the hole, they, dig themselves before the game even begins, as always, throughout the 130-plus year history of Penn State football, for God's sakes. They're going to find a way out. So we'll see who steps up and out of that hole and bails them out, for that matter. But, yeah, just they need a spark of some sorts. What that might be or is going to be, hopefully, at this point, who the hell knows? Because, 19-point favorite, I don't give a shit about that. As long as they win. Right now seems like it's going to be not necessarily low scoring, but just, a defensive showdown. Who's going to bend but not break? Might come down to mid-late fourth quarter, give or take. We'll see what happens, but just once again, they do to themselves more than not, but what can I do? What can you do? Blah, 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 blah. We're not coaching, we're not playing, we're just watching. So, and I'm calling as I see it, as always. So just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So, yeah, but we'll see what it goes. I think you should have gave the keys to the game before the game began, rather than with, a couple minutes to play in the first quarter, for that matter. First and 10 from the 35 for Michigan State. And Jair Brown on the missed tackle, and then Kobe King finally wraps him up. About a 4 or 5 yard gain. Thanksgiving was on Thursday. Before I never had Happy Thanksgiving. Black Friday yesterday, small town. Business Saturday today. Cyber Monday on Monday. Mark Helfrich's wife. He probably thinks she's at wherever he said shopping, but she's probably wrapped up with somebody. 2nd and 5 from the 40. Or something, for that matter. Pass over the middle complete. First down. 7-11 counting to play, even though we all know Sheets is better. And pass incomplete, out of bounds, 2nd and 10. So, all right, defense, let's go. Yep. Yeah, I heard about that this past week too. I didn't know anything about that. It was a little funny. Like I said, for Manny Diaz, though, it doesn't seem like he's going to be here long just this year, because the way they played on defense, unless they give him an extension. He might be leaving for head coaching gig somewhere. But yeah, he replaced Brent Pry. Found out this past week, as he just mentioned. I completely forgot about that until I said that. So here we are, bringing it up as well. He bought Brent Pry's house after Pry got the Virginia Tech job. And their game with Virginia canceled because of the shooting. But, yeah, defense going to make another tackle for loss in the backfield. Kalen King on 3rd and 15, they're on a screen and make it about 4th and 20. So the defense rolls it up, and they light with the tackle and force a punt, and they're going to get the ball back. So you got to, third drive here, third time might be a charm. Got to do something on offense. You got to, like I said, until they find their groove, until they sync up, find some momentum and rhythm, move the ball, which, gotten a couple first downs, but then a missed field goal and a fucking punt. Like, the drives just stalled. And now they're going to have to go the distance because Michigan State downs at the 10-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10 Penn State from there. From 10-yard line when we return, as they're going to take another damn commercial break. So I guess, with as many just stops on defense by both these teams early, we're going to get as many fucking commercials. But we'll get back to the action momentarily. So 0-0. Just a lone game of the 3. Make it 4 that I'm watching. The other 3 all have had points scored. Alabama down 7, but 21 unanswered. Make it 21-7 now, tied over the Tigers. Seemed like everybody thought Lane Kiffin was going to go to Auburn. Well, Auburn now in talks for a different Ole Miss coach, and that's former Ole Miss and current Liberty head coach Hugh Freeze. Potentially take over for Auburn on the Plains, but Crimson Tide, who we'll talk about later, I might add, they're up 21-7 in the Iron Bowl at home in Tuscaloosa at Bryant-Denny Stadium against Auburn 21-7. Oregon State 10-7 lead against Oregon in the top 25 showdown of the Pac-12. And then talk about the Big Ten. Of course, Michigan, your Big Ten East champs for the second consecutive year. Beating Ohio State for the second consecutive year as well for the first time since 99-2000. It's close until late third, early fourth quarter. And then Michigan just wanted it more, it felt like, again. And ran away with it, literally. As mentioned, two 75-plus yard rushing touchdowns in the fourth quarter alone. I mean, they capitalized, and got some more turnovers as well. And won at 45-23. But this game in the Big Ten East, Penn State's 2 losses to both Michigan and Ohio State. They're still going to finish Penn State as 3rd in the Big Ten East. But with what we'll get at for bowl projections, if both Michigan and Ohio State make the playoff, that's Penn State's path to the Rose Bowl potentially. But I still doubt that's going to happen. This game had to have been close, which it was, but then it turned into a little bit of a blowout late. So we'll see what else happens in the rankings and go from there. But it's also just going to depend on what happens next week too. That's why the games are played. But Michigan State in the meantime at 5-6. Mel Tucker, I still don't think he's the right man for the job. D'Antonio had retired, which, okay. He hasn't coached anywhere since, but Michigan State in 2020 with Tucker, 2020 was 2020 for everyone, no doubt about it. But, they were piss poor, to say the least. Penn State 1st and 10 from the 10, back from break, handoff. Nick Singleton. So they're going to go 2 series apiece with the backs. 6-7 yards for him up the middle. He runs with passion when the fat man Katron Allen's a big fat man bulldozer. Run your ass over. But if Singleton, along with the fat man, they get loose, they're gone. But 10 more so than not compared to 13. 2nd and 4, Clifford going to hand off, and down the far sideline he goes, out past 25 to 30, 1st and 10, Penn State. Under 5 to play in this first quarter. But, with all that being said, during commercial break, Penn State's going to finish in 3rd in Big Ten East. The Big Ten West, though, if Iowa would have won yesterday, they'd be playing Michigan once again in the Big Ten title game. They can still get there, but they're going to need both Purdue and Illinois to lose. Purdue playing Indiana for the old Oaken Bucket, and then Northwestern Illinois in the land of Lincoln. But 3rd down and 9 for Penn State. So, they get a first down, they go hurry up, get a yard, and now it's 3rd and 9. Like, what the fuck? But it's 7-6 Minnesota, Wisconsin. As they near halftime. Of course, these other games started at 3:30 when this began at 4, a little after 4. So that's why we're bringing up the rear with Michigan State, Penn State. Singleton out past midfield, and he might be gone. Actually brought down to 38. They don't bring him down with shoelace tackle there. He probably would have been. He'll come out, but they're trying to find a run game, which is a simple off-tackle draw and slant complete to Harrison Wallace for about 4, 2nd down Penn State. But he hit the hole and went, and he almost got loose. So, 2nd and 6 after that 4-yard reception. Get back to that discussion in a second, but from the 34, Clifford looking to throw again, going to step up and only get 2 yards. So 3rd and 4. College football freshman running back since 2000 to each have 700-plus yards in a single season. Keith Marshall and Todd Gurley. And, of course, you got Katron and Nick Singleton. Yeah, that's a good company for the most part. But they, like I said, first duo in Big Ten history to accomplish that feat. Which, as long as the Big Ten's been around, like I said earlier, that's pretty fucking impressive. Even as, Penn State being blue-collar and running the ball down your throat and playing good defense. Up until O'Brien and Franklin, unless you were damn good as a true freshman, you weren't fucking playing under Joe. So, 4th and 2, they're going to go for it from the 30. And, they missed a 37-yard field goal from closer than this. So, fuck it, might as well go for it. Clifford all day to throw. Rolls out, pass caught. First down, Penn State, the 22-yard line. Keandre Lambert-Smith, they'll move the sticks. All right. Now you definitely got to score off of that because you went for it on 4th down, got it, and drive stays alive. Trips near side, 1st and 10. They're going to throw again. Clifford in the end zone. Flag on the play, incomplete. Maybe a defensive hold. Student section still filing in, but it is the holidays. Half of them probably went fucking home. Prior to the pass, holding on the defense. 10 yards, 1st down. And rightfully so. Go home and enjoy the holidays before you got to come back and take finals, and then you're off for a month. But, that's a good call. And now I got an injured Spartan defender, but 1st and 10 Penn State with a buck 27 to play in this first quarter. Still 0-0, but no, with this game, the Big Ten East, the Big Ten West is mentioned. Yeah, if I would have won yesterday, they'd be in. But they lost to Nebraska. They were down 24-0. They did come back and make it interesting late, but fourth down with under a minute to play, they couldn't convert, and game's over. And then, right before that game began, the report came out that Nebraska was going to hire Matt Rule, and then they made it official this morning. So once again, congrats to him. So he had success at Temple and at Baylor. He's just got to put a damn good staff together, and I have an idea of a few names who he could potentially, bring in. If we get to that later, we will, or at some point in time in the future. Press conference Monday. But talk about Mel Tucker at Michigan State than last year, using the transfer portal. Well, college football nowadays, recruiting and transfer portal, very key. Look for Matt Rule to do that, especially right now in Nebraska from, where they've been at the past, half decade since they joined the Big Ten. They're good for the first half, but then recently it's like 3, 4, 5, maybe 6-win seasons, but nothing else. But hopefully he's the guy, because as mentioned before, when Nebraska's good, it's even better for college football, and then even better for the Big Ten. And then to see, someone from Penn State to continue to succeed, we are. 2nd and 10, and that's why, thought potentially he'd be the guy here if something would happen to Franklin. If he'd move on or get fired one way or another. But seems like, of course, that ship sailed, and sure has now because he's hired Nebraska. But 3rd and 8, Franklin on the sideline, as always, arms crossed. But under a minute to play, man, you got to score a fucking touchdown now. Went for it on 4th and 2 and got it, and you haven't done shit since. Out of the gun. Clifford looking to throw. In the end zone. Caught. Touchdown to the tight end, number 84, Theo Johnson. Wide open. Couldn't even get more wide-ass open than he was. But, hey, that's on Michigan State. Kick it. Be 7-0 here in a second. With 40 seconds to play in the first. Penn State, hey, 3rd time what's charm. And the Lions roared 90 yards for 6 and go up 6-0 pending this upcoming extra point. Make it 7-0. Honestly, should be 10-0, but they missed the field goal earlier from 37 yards out, but that's neither here nor there. We'll see if that 3 points, of course, comes into play later on or not. Hopefully not, but 7-0 Penn State. So we'll get into some stats here in a minute. But Penn State has a running game. Thank God once again. Clifford playing a little bit better, but, hey, 10-yard pass touchdown over the middle to Theo Johnson, who was near side in the trip slot. And, goes back to the running, and then, the 4th and 2 conversion, keep the drive alive, rather than kicking another, long field goal for Jake Penninger, and they convert, and they continue to drive, and they score, and 7-0, so. No, but, Mel Tucker, I once again, still don't think he's the right guy for the job. I don't. Maybe I just got so used to Mark D'Antonio bringing Michigan State back, and, they're winning. Because these two teams, program-wise throughout history, land-grant trophy, oldest land-grant institutions, colleges, universities in the country, for God's sakes. They're more alike than they are different. They're very similar. Do things the right way, even though, I've had, shit go sideways in the past. And, those, whatever you want to call them, are locked up. But 40 seconds to play in the first quarter. Michigan State getting the ball back, 1st and 10 from 25. So 7-0 Penn State. But, it seemed like last year they got fucking lucky, to get to the Peach Bowl to play Pitt. And then defeat the Panthers. So, eat shit, we are. But here we go, Steelers, and they played Monday night. Be sure to tune back in for those live watch long reactions later if you need to. 1st and 10, Michigan State from the 25-yard line out of the pistol. Yeah, I still don't think Mel Tucker's right guy for the job. I don't. And then now there's some off-the-field shit that, sort of started on the field last month with the Michigan State game, big brother, little brother. And then, it's not like, okay, somebody got busted, for this or that. Like, there's actual video proof. Players, and, they've been charged. And they've been hit by the injury bug this late in the year once again. First down, Michigan State, but in the meantime, that'll do it for the first quarter. So 7-0 Penn State, and they'll switch ends. But, you can't have a player flat out assault another player. Win or lose, let alone draw for that matter. Like, let emotions get better themselves, but that's still neither here nor there either. Like, justice will be served, it seems like. There's only one of those, however many players, 7 or 8 of them, that was charged with a felony. Everything else was misdemeanor, but still, fact of the matter of it is, like, shouldn't have happened. And it's under his watch because he's the head coach. Franklin on the flip side, like, Joe had his shit throughout the years. But, if you got in trouble, you're in the fucking doghouse. You weren't going to play. O'Brien with the scholarship issues because of the sanctions, even with that, it didn't seem like there, from what I can recall, any issues for that matter. Franklin had some shit early, in 14, for what I could call for some players getting busted for, I believe it was pot. But it's like, yeah, they get suspended and might play again, they might not. But since then, they've, done, knock on wood, don't want to jinx them, pretty damn good job of, nothing happening, for that matter. But, long story short of all this, once again, is I still don't think Mel Tucker's right guy for the job because, even with all the cancellations in 2020, Penn State was lucky to have a full 9-game season for the Big Ten in that year in 2020. That was 2020 for everyone once again. That one should have never been canceled to begin with, but the Big Ten canceled it and then realized they fucked up. And then, everybody else is playing. Well, we can go back and play too. But they didn't start for a month and a half. And then it was a shortened, condensed season as it was. And, ugly for Penn State early. And then hot. Good finish. Declined to go to a bowl game even though they were bowl eligible. And finished at 4-5. And then a 9-game winning streak up until they lost to Iowa last year. And then lost 6 of 8. And then it's, just another 5-0 start this year. So the thing was, what Penn State team is showing up. Because 0-5 to 4-5. 5-0 to 7-6. 5-0, now they're 9-2. But a couple things go their way or they don't, give or take here or there, could be a hell of a lot different story. Either way, for that matter. But now it just seems like Michigan State's back to, about 500 where, not necessarily they should be because they were damn good with Mark D'Antonio. A couple Big Ten championships, a couple New Year's Six bowl appearances, including the Rose Bowl. They also made the college football playoff, I might add, the year prior to Penn State winning the Big Ten in 16, and then still not making it for whatever fucking reason. And in fact, the team that they beat made it over them, which still doesn't make any sense. And still to this point, no 2-loss team has made the playoffs. So believe me, if a 2-loss team fucking makes the playoff this year, especially as a fucking conference champion, there's somebody talking to you right now, among others, that's going to be very fucking pissed off. I get times change, and the playoff's going to be expanding and all that, but it's like you still got to, call it down the middle. Sometimes, and life ain't fair, but it's like, come on, man. But Begin the second quarter from the 45-yard line, 1st and 10 for Michigan State, down 7-0 Penn State. Handoff, no gain on the play. Carter and Elsden on the tackle. But, you know, okay, he's recruited well. They used transfer portal a lot last year. Lost a lot of guys. And now, you know, they started 2-0, but then lost 4 straight. And then, you know, here and there since, they're 5-6. But that's a hold. That is a fucking hold. Thank you. Chop Robinson being held against his fucking will. At 10 yards, they'll replay it down. Be 2nd and 20. Well, they decline to be 3rd and... Back them up, 2nd and 20. Replay the down. Yep. All right. But, no, with all that, I'll wrap it up. The Big Ten West. If Iowa would have won yesterday, they'd be in. And it'd be a rematch of the Big Ten title game from last year with Michigan and Iowa. And some people are saying, you know, like, for the Big Ten West, you know, anybody could beat them. Penn State went 3-0 against that division this year, I might add. Defeating Purdue, Northwestern, Minnesota's crossover game. 2nd and 20, dump off on the screen. Gang tackle. Wrapped up by Joey Porter Jr. at the end. Good to see him back. Be 3rd and long for Michigan State here. But, you know, the best 2 teams should be playing for the conference title because, you know, Iowa averaging 17 a game. They're good on defense, but they can't score on offense. But they lost yesterday. The only way they get in is, like I said, both Purdue and Illinois lose. Flag on the play on 3rd and 14. They go deep. It's going to be picked off by Marquise Wilson and then dropped incomplete. All right. But there's a flag on the play. We'll see what that dirty laundry is, and we'll go from there. But now it's getting chippy. Some trash talk. Chop Robinson putting him in his place. But, I mean, block me better, dude. Rather than hold my ass, we won't be in the situation. 3rd and 14. Penn State might have been offside. Okay, so they'll offset and they'll replay it down. Got a personal foul, chop block on Michigan State. And then an offside on Penn State. They'll offset, they'll replay it down, be 3rd and 14 still. All right. I guess they were offside, yeah. And the chop blocks, yeah. And then, even if he would have picked it off, it wouldn't have mattered. Still be Michigan State ball here. 3rd and 14. Replaying the down after the penalty. As Michigan State is going to look to get a first down in the jungle. Being chased, throws it away. It's incomplete, almost caught by Carter as he was going out of bounds. We're going to a hell of a pick, but incomplete, 4th and 14, and Michigan State the punt. Jair Brown almost had him. And the refs are letting them play. You know, they're calling the obvious fouls, and rightfully so, as they should. You know, because if it's a penalty, call it. If it's not, don't let them play. They're letting them play. So, Michigan State on to punt. Penn State with a 7-point lead, should be 10, but missed field goal, of course. Look to extend the lead here before halftime. Still got a full quarter, but you'll also get the ball to begin the second half, I might add. So, with that being said, yeah, just you got to build off your touchdown drive from a minute ago. And Michigan State punt will go out of bounds around the 20-yard line. Be 1st and 10, Penn State when we return. 7-0. But Michigan won earlier, once again, as mentioned. They're in the Big Ten title game. Iowa now, if they would have won yesterday, once again, they'd be in. But they lost. They need both Purdue and Illinois to win. If Purdue wins outright against Indiana, they're in. And that's good for Penn State because Nittany Lions, for what it's worth, ain't much, but beat the Boilermakers week 1, 35-31, if you can recall. Which this football season just flown fucking by. It has. It's like, one, where the hell is the year 2022 gone, but then two, the football season. Like, it just seems like it was September 1st when Penn State played at Purdue from Ross State Stadium in West Lafayette on a Thursday night to begin the season for the first time ever. And then a 5-0 start, and they lost to Michigan. And they beat Minnesota and they lost to Ohio State. And they won 3 in a row, up 7 here. So, yeah, Purdue wins outright, they're in. If they lose and Illinois wins, the Fighting Illini are in. So Illinois needs to win and have Purdue lose to Indiana. What the fuck happened to Nick Saban? His left cheek is all black and blue and he's bleeding. He's got a cut there. It's like somebody fucking ran into him with a... face mask full of helmet, for God's sakes. I mean, right to the fucking head, you know, and he's only wearing a headset, you know, for 70 years old and hadn't fucking hurt. Joe went through shit like that. I remember at Wisconsin, he got knocked out on the sideline and they had to cart him off and he ended up getting his knee operated on then shortly after. Back in, what, 05, 06, 07, give or take. You still see that happening with, you know, players accidentally, you know, because the play's ongoing, you know, run into coaches and, I mean, just wrong place, wrong time. But yeah, Iowa needed to win yesterday. They lost, though. Purdue wins, they're in. They lose, and Illinois wins. Illinois is in. But if both Purdue and Illinois lose, Iowa's in. So we'll see who's playing Michigan at the end of this Penn State-Michigan State game, because as Minnesota-Wisconsin's on right now as well for the Battle of Paul Bunyan's Axe, both Purdue, Indiana, and Northwestern Illinois are also on. So this is actually the Penn State-Michigan State game, the final regular season Big Ten game this year to kick off with a 4 o'clock kick, as we're here early second quarter. But did Carter catch that? I guess not. He dropped it. But yeah, what a play. The thing is, did he catch it? Did he have at least a foot in bounds and, you know, controlling possession, because it would have been an interception, but they punt Penn State first and 10 from the 20. Strange in motion out of the pistol. Here comes a run. Singleton up the middle for 2, maybe 3 yards in a cloud of dust. So, 2nd down and 7. But those are your scenarios. I know that was long story long rather than long story short, but we play on here an hour in and very slow first quarter. 2nd and 7. Dump off on the screen to Singleton. Nick Singleton, first down out past 30. Lowers your shoulder, past 35 to the 39-yard line. Boom. 1st and 10, Penn State. Run it again. Keep running until they stop you. And they give it right back to Singleton. 8 yards and make it 2nd and 2 for Penn State here. 12:22 and counting to play in the first half. Ton of time on the play clock. They look to the sideline. They'll snap it. Hand off Singleton. And he's got a couple blockers. And he gets Penn State first down for 4 yards. rather than that old school wing tee that they've been running, under center and they hand off, with a running back and two tight ends or two running backs and tight end in the backfield. They ran sort of the, same play though, just out of the pistol. And they've got a little bit more room to block and they, get the first down. So another injured Spartan defender. Be 1st and 10. Penn State though up 7, 11:42 to play in this first half. So they'll get up and walk off, but keep running it. They can't fucking stop you. They can't. But now's probably a perfect time to run some play action and go deep. Clifford already has a passing touchdown to Theo Johnson. I'd take a shot. I would. Why the hell not? Lambert Smith in motion. Double pass. Keandre Lambert Smith deep downfield to Theo Johnson. He's walking to the end zone. Touchdown Penn State. What a fucking play call by Mike Yursich. We are Penn State. I would have liked to have saved that for the bowl game, but all right. All smiles around, no doubt. Yeah, motion man was Lambert Smith. Behind the line of scrimmage on a backwards pass, which is legal for a double pass, and Theo Johnson just goes deep. They said take a fucking shot. I didn't think it was going to come on a double pass by any means, but they take the shot, and they execute it, and they score. And as Sean Clifford has a passing touchdown, now so does Keandre Lambert Smith. And another touchdown for Penn State, a 14-0 lead here early second quarter. And Theo Johnson has both receiving touchdowns, I might add. So 11:22 to play, 14-0 Penn State. That was damn good. That was. Wasn't expecting the double pass, but like I said, take a shot. Go deep. And if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But at the same point in time, I had no doubt about it would have, liked to have saved that for the bowl game. Catch off, guard, whoever the hell you're going to be playing. Whether that's, well, we'll get more into that later. Because I have some info on that potentially. So this is going to depend, once again, on what happens here in this game and the other games today with who's ahead of them and such. And then also what happens next week. So even with Ohio State losing, and they'll finish the regular season 11-1 for the second straight year, and Michigan 12-0. Michigan back in the Big Ten title game, looking to make the playoffs. Ohio State's still going to be ranked ahead of Penn State come tomorrow and on Tuesday. For the AP poll and the college football playoff rankings, for that matter. Regardless of the final outcome, because the game was close, but then they, had 3 rushing touchdowns, and 2 of those were, like I said earlier, 75-plus yards in the fourth quarter alone. As they were already up 4 at that point, and then they just put it to them. But, Penn State's, most realistic, unless they sneak into New Year's 6 for a bowl game, is going to be the Citrus Bowl. I'll say that. I will say that. But I'm going to keep you waiting on potential opponents. Listen, I have info on who I think potentially they could be playing come late December, early January. It just situationally going to depend on what happens. So, in the meantime, as Penn State's up 14-0 on Michigan State, Sean Clifford, the big red dog, in his final Penn State home game. 6-year senior, He is 5 of 9 for 43 yards passing and a touchdown. They show a replay of the double pass for the touchdown as well. Keandre Lambert-Smith, 1 of 1, 48 yards and a passing touchdown as well. And Theo Johnson has 2 catches, 59 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Yeah, he's wide open. Touchdown, fucking 10-yard line. Yeah, damn good play call. Executed it to a T. Dotted the I, as Michigan did with their win. Penn State with the touchdown, 14-0. So yeah, Clifford, 5 of 9, 43 yards and a touchdown. Lambert-Smith, 1 of 1, 48 yards and a touchdown. Nick Singleton already has 8 carries, 70 yards rushing. And the fat man must like Stitch. 6 carries, 26 yards. And then, as mentioned, Theo Johnson, those 2 catches for touchdowns is what he has for 59 yards receiving. Singleton also has the catch for 16 yards out of the backfield. So, I mean, he's already nearing 100 all-purpose yards, let alone rushing yards, for that matter. And he needs, like I said earlier, about 140 to break 1,000 on the regular season here today. Lambert-Smith, the catch for 7 yards. Strange, catch for 5 yards. And Harrison Wallace, 1 for 4. Penn State defensively, Kalen King and Curtis Jacobs on the tackle after medium yard size pass completion for Michigan State. He's second and about 5, maybe 6 here. 2nd and 5 make it. 14-0 Lions. And Thorne dumps it off on a screen, but then Kobe King and Sutherland are the Thorne and Berger side. Would like that with extra pickles, please. 3rd and 1 make it now after a 4-yard completion. But now Carter's hurt for Penn State on defense, which ain't good. Because other than him at linebacker, it's really just Curtis Jacobs, Tyler Elsdon, Sutherland, and Kobe King. Or it's actually Kobe King, 41, not Abdul Carter, 11. So his bad, my bad. Kobe King's the injured Penn State defender. But still, even with that being said, well, I mean, okay, it ain't as bad, but still, you know, linebackers, it's just Penn State's LBU, linebacker U for a reason. You know, they've had numerous All-Americans come through, numerous draft picks, Pro Bowlers, Super Bowl champs, Hall of Famers for that matter at that position. Among all the other positions, you know, Penn State's one of the most historic franchises, programs in all college football, including being in the top 10 in all-time wins, as they sit at 918 entering today. And looking further, of course, 919th all-time, but 310th inside of Beaver Stadium today. Up 14-0. But Michigan State does get the first down there on 3rd and 1. Defense just got to get a stop. Don't let them cut this lead. Thorne, pass, incomplete, batted down at the line of scrimmage. There's a flag on the play. We'll see what that is. It seems like it's going to be on Penn State for whatever fucking reason. Wasn't a late hit. We might get a hands of the face. Well, the flag came out before the celebration, so it's not that, unless they add on to it. No foul. They pick it up. Incomplete. 2nd and 10, Michigan State. Yeah, because I didn't see a foul. I don't think anybody did. And then the flag came out, and then they pick it up. So, good no call. For whatever. Well, it would have been a fucking hold on them, for God's sakes, if you would have called anything. Ellie's was being held back as well. Oh, then maybe a little bit of a late hit from Tarburton, but the pass was already fucking, batted down and the play's over with. So they pick it up, incomplete, 2nd and 10. And Peyton Thorne, complete. And Kalen King with another tackle at midfield, 1st and 10, Michigan State though. So yeah, Kalen and Kobe King are twins. They're from Michigan, they're from the Detroit area. And Kalen's been, from the start, not necessarily just today, but overall since they arrived on campus, redshirt freshmen. Pass incomplete, out of bounds. 2nd and 10 again for Michigan State. They've shown they can convert, though, for the most part. We'll see what happens here. Kalen plays more than Kobe does. But Kobe's come on, a little bit as of late at linebacker. And then, of course, just injured there a minute ago. But yeah, Kalen King with the tackle and the incompletion at midfield. So 2nd and 10 from the 50. And Thorne going to hand off. And Collins going to get pushed out by P.J. Mustafer. Should give him about 8, maybe 9. Be 3rd and short. And just a couple missed tackles, which is unacceptable. They give him 1st down, actually. 1st and 10, Michigan State. So Mose showed up. Who's showing up on defense if Penn State's the question? And a handoff. And they make the tackle at the line of scrimmage. Stuff them like Thanksgiving turkey the other day. No gain on the play. 2nd and 10. They go hurry up. Quick pass near side, complete, and then a tackle by Jair Brown out of bounds. Michigan State with a 3rd and, say, 3, maybe 4. Third and 3 officially. Keep them out of field goal range. Whatever you do, keep them out of field goal range. And with that being said, too, don't give them a fucking touchdown. Like, 3rd and 3 here, I'm just going to get the 1st down, but we saw Penn State go deep. I wouldn't be surprised if Michigan State takes a shot here. They get it off, hand off, no gain. Tackle for loss, once again in the backfield by Abdul Carter and Jair Brown. Penn State with, I've lost count, all the tackles for loss so far this season. By God almighty. They keep them out of field goal range, I might add. Michigan State on to punt. Now they're going to go for it. 4th and 4. Pass on the slant, incomplete. Dominic DeLuca, double D, 34, along with Elsden. Falls incomplete. Turnover on downs. Penn State ball, 14-0. Now you got to capitalize off of it. You couldn't capitalize off the field goal, or off the fumble earlier because you missed the field goal. Excuse me. And it took you some time to even find yourself, but you've scored 14 unanswered. So as we near halftime and a 14-0 lead, continue to run the damn ball. They cannot stop it. They can't. But even with them not being able to stop the run, they can't stop the pass either because you have 2 passing touchdowns on them. So continue to try to click on all cylinders. Defense just, balls to the wall, making stop after stop after stop. Didn't know how the defense was going to be this year with Manny Diaz. Because with James Franklin at the helm. Okay, first off, it was John Donovan and Bob Shoop as his coordinators. But then they both left. And then Brent Pry was the defense coordinator until he just left for Virginia Tech. And then Diaz gets fired by Miami, and Franklin called him up and hired him in DC this year. But as good as they've been throughout history on defense, you know, from Joe to Billy Bob and now Franklin, they've always had a good defense. This defense this year, though, man, I mean, pretty top notch. So, and with, okay, they're going to lose Tarburton. They're going to lose Mustafer. They're going to lose Joey Porter Jr. and Jair Brown. But then, you know, honestly, moving forward, it's going to be Abdul Carter's defense with him at linebacker. You're still going to have Chop Robinson. You're still going to have Denai Dennis Sutton. The secondary's been their strong suit recently. Moving forward, we'll see what happens there, but as long as you have a running game and you're playing damn good defense and you're able to get the hell off the fucking field, and you're, you know, capitalizing off of turnovers, and you're playing good special teams, you're going to have a chance. Handoff, Katron Allen. So they do 2-2-2. And like I said, with Kevon Lee, it seems like he's done. We'll see if he comes back for the bowl game or not. But they still got, you know, and we'll get into recruiting as we did last year and years past after the bowl game. We'll hold that until then because, you know, it's all verbal. It ain't official until signing day. Until that letter of intent is signed. And, of course, early signing day, and then you have the original old school signing day, which is now the late signing day, first Wednesday in February. But another damn good recruiting class coming in. So I said last week, it felt like late, have found themselves, they're playing like a complete team. At least recently they have. It's to the point now, it's, unless they, you know, go back to the way it was in the losing aspect of it recently, if they can put it all together, it's really plug and play and, you know, play their game. As long as they don't beat themselves, which I get everybody does every once in a while, but you got to fight through it. Handoff, first down, Penn State. Now I'd want to work some clock here before halftime. 5:20 and counting to play. You still got 3 timeouts, though, as does Michigan State. But you're up 14. And you're running the ball extremely well. They can't stop it. You have 2 passing touchdowns on them. They can't stop that either. Just keep running the damn ball. You know, Clifford here, once again, really doesn't have to do a hell of a lot. He hasn't really done a hell of a lot the whole month, for God's sake. Because, you know, all 3-4 games now have been, you know, similar to this point into the second half. With, I mean, it's only a 14-point leader now, but a lead. And then you get mid-third quarter, bubble screen complete to Keandre Lambert-Smith, and another Penn State first down. Move the 6 again out past midfield at the 45-yard line. You know, it's keeping it simple. It's balance and consistency from the start, as it always should be, but then it's to the point, well, as long as you get out healthy, that's all that's going to matter. And, you know, they've been banged up, and the good thing about if it gets to the point in time in the second half again, as it's been all month, after 6-2 to 9-2 now on a 3-game winning streak, Tyler Warren in motion, play clock at 6. 4:09 to play. First and 10, Penn State from the 45. They get it off, fake the give. Clifford looking to throw. And will be incomplete near side in time for Tyler Warren. So 2nd and 10. But the good thing about, if it works out the way it's worked out recently again here today, you're not going to have to play next week. I mean, would like to be, no doubt about it. But then you're going to get extra practices. You're going to go to a bowl game, as you should, rightfully so, and not have a losing season. Still since 2004, because I'm not counting 2020, because it wasn't a full regular season. Even though they finished below 500, it was not a full regular season. And they still had the chance to go to a bowl game that year, but they declined to because of COVID. Screen complete to the fat man. He scoots his way up far sideline, first down Penn State. Running back to the dinner table for more turkey, ham, stuffing. All the different types of casseroles and pie, among whatever the hell else you eat, or anything I missed on Thanksgiving. First and 10, Penn State, another injured Spartan defender. But 1st and 10, Penn State. But you're going to get a month off. And you should be able to get back to, being 100%, long story short. With, this player or that player, it'll do some good, and rightfully so. But at the same point in time, you don't want to take a back seat. You want to keep at it. You want to keep going. And then with who they match up with, potentially, we'll see who that's going to be. Could be this team, that team, from this area or region, or from who knows where, Michigan State, though, does need to win, as mentioned earlier, to become bowl eligible. So they do bring up the actions from Michigan State players, as I talked about earlier with what happened after the Michigan game. But hey, remember when Penn State played at Michigan a couple weeks prior to that? There's an issue in the tunnel. And then it happened again. And then I believe it happened once more. But then, as Penn State said something, nothing was done about it. Something like that had to happen to, get the buzz. And we'll see if anything gets done about it overall. Highly doubt it. But, it doesn't really fucking matter. But just the fact of the matter of, hey, try to tell you, but you don't want to listen. And, well, reap what you fucking sow. So 2nd and 10, Penn State from the 28. Clifford hands off Katron Allen. Katron Allen inside the 25 down to the 23 and a half, 24-yard line. 3rd down and medium. 2:50 and counting play. And like I said, want to work some clock here. They've drained a good 2.5 minutes since I said that. Still have all 3 timeouts. 2:42 and counting. 3rd down. Convert. Continue to drain it. Hope to score, whether that's a field goal or a touchdown. Get the ball back to begin the 3rd quarter, and then we'll go from there. 3rd and 5 for Penn State from the 24. Handoff, Katron Allen up the middle. Fat man to the 14 for 10. 3rd and 5. He got 5, and another 5. 1st and 10, Penn State inside the 20. Keep running it. If they drain this clock to 0, that'd be something. Because, normally it's like a 30-second drive or, a couple-minute drive. Nothing like this, especially to end the half. 2nd down, whistle, probably timeout by somebody. Probably Michigan State. Hope to get the ball back. But they'll have none, and then for the most part, probably no time. And they'll still be down. But timeout and a commercial break. So 14-0. Penn State looking to score again before halftime. Then they'll get the ball to begin the 3rd quarter. But coming in with halftime, as always. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. We'll have first half stats and scores. We're going to see what's going on in college football. Preview what's to come tonight. And then next week for the conference title games as well, even though, when we go over that, we're not going to know everything officially because there's still more games to be played tonight. But we'll know for sure tomorrow and have a better sense, of course, tomorrow and next week as well. It just depends on what happens again, where Penn State's going to be going bowling. And they've gone to a bowl game and not had a losing season every year since 2004. 12-13, they couldn't go to a bowl game, though, I might add, because of the sanctions, even though they're still bowl eligible at 8-4 and 7-5. That's why that in 14, the sanctions were lifted. They went and won the Pinstripe Bowl. That was a big deal. And, Franklin, 100 wins all-time in his career. Last week, 76 now at Penn State, with the other 24 at Vandy. 11 of his 12 years as head coach has gone to a bowl game. Which, much shit as I've given him and as everybody's given him, is pretty fucking impressive. Penn State's there at the end of the year, one way or another, whether they lost this game or that game early in the season, they get that extra game. They get that matchup versus a team that, for the most part, you're probably not going to play in the regular season unless it's in a bowl game. Like they just played Auburn the past 2 years for the first time ever in the regular season, even though they've met them twice in 2 separate bowl games in the past. And we're 1-1 in those 2 games, and then, 2-0 in the regular season against the Tigers. And as they're an SEC team, it does seem like Penn State's going to be matching up against another Southeastern Conference opponent in the postseason, I might add. But, like I said, we'll get more into that later on. We're back from break. Been sort of a long first half, but I guess same point in time, it hasn't been. This game just kicked off at 4 rather than at 3:30 with the other 3 games I'm currently watching, all beginning or about to begin the second half, as we're just about to go to halftime, and then, 20 minutes from now, we'll start the third quarter. Third down for Penn State. Well, I said a couple weeks ago that come the bowl game, they should be in the top 8 for sure. Because you're going to have games that, teams are going to take each other out. They're 11 right now. They stayed at 11 this past week in the college football playoff rankings. But, even with Ohio State losing, well, Penn State lost Ohio State. Ohio State will still be ranked ahead of them. Clemson's going to drop behind Penn State, though. Yeah, they show off Penn State's wins as well in New Year's 6 Bowls. That's the other thing. Like, Franklin, much as I've given him, you got to give him credit because, in 14 and 15, 2 7-5 years, and then a slow start in 16. And like I said before, and this goes back to Matt Roll as well, late 15, early 16, and then 2020 on until now. Watch out for him potentially at Penn State if Franklin would get fired or leave on his own. Of course, that's not what happened. Matt Roll hired Nebraska. Once again, congratulations to him. But I swear to God, I've always felt like if they would have lost to Minnesota in 16 in overtime, before they beat Ohio State with the blocked return field goal for a touchdown, with Marcus Allen and Grant Haley, that Franklin would have been fired. They would have had an opening then, and then, would have done something with, whoever they would have hopefully done something, of course, with who they brought in. But they won the Big Ten that year, and then went to the Rose Bowl. They've been to the Pinstripe Bowl, the Gator Bowl, the Rose Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl, the Citrus Bowl, the Cotton Bowl. Should have went to a bowl game in 2020, but they didn't. Probably would have been, I'm trying to remember now. I'm going to think about that. I'm actually going to look up my old notes and see what I can find in that and who potentially they might have played. Another missed fucking field goal by Jake Pinniger. So it should be 20-0 right now, but it's 14-0. And honestly, it could be 28-0, to be honest with you, too. Field goals to touchdowns, but now you got to settle for 3. So Pinniger is back to being Jake Pinniger. Wide left rather than wide right earlier. And when I say back to being Jake Pinniger, missing chip shot field goals. But recently he's made 2 from 50 plus, as mentioned earlier. So, but then last year they go to the Outback Bowl. And now potentially, once again, we'll get more into that later, but either the rose, the cotton, the orange, the citrus, or the Outback, or whatever the hell it's called now. But it's not going to be anything less than that. It's one of those couple. It just depends on what happens. 1st and 10. So let the cat out of the bag a little bit, but I'll give you that. 1st and 10, Michigan State again. Flag on the play. Minute 12 to play in the half. Still 14-0 Penn State when it should be 20-0, let alone 28-0. Got a hold on Penn State defense. 10 yards, 1st down. And I would have said this right before Christmas in 2020. I found my old notes. And this was a week after they beat Michigan State on December the 12th, the week prior. Yeah, Penn State had a home game 6 days before Christmas. Who would have thought that would ever fucking happen? But it did. And that was a 5:30 game on FS1. Today, 4 o'clock against Michigan State. And no more ABC, ESPN, Penn State home games after today either, because the Big Ten, of course, going to have a deal with CBS, Fox, and NBC starting next year. Now, non-conference wise, it might be a different story, but incomplete, be 3rd and 10 for Michigan State. But like I said, I probably would have said this then. You go back and watch the Penn State, Illinois live stream from 2020. I bet you it's in there somewhere, but Penn State, I have written here, potential bowl berth versus potentially in the desert. Pass intercepted and then dropped again, incomplete by both teams. It was a completed pass for a 1st down, but he bobbled it, and then with the footsteps by Kalen King, Jalen Reed on the coverage as well, hasn't been playing half bad lately. Almost picked off, and then he dropped it, and then the Michigan State receiver dropped it again, so it falls incomplete. So 3rd and 10 for Sparty. But it'd be not the Fiesta Bowl, but the second bowl game out in Phoenix, whatever it's called now, against a Big 12 opponent, potentially in West Virginia, TCU, Kansas State, or in Charlotte for the Meineke Car Care Belk Mayo Bowl against NC State or Wake Forest, or even someone else in a couple other affiliated bowls with Auburn, who they would have played in 21 and 22. Of course, this is the end of 2020, when they were supposed to play Virginia Tech in non-conference. And we'll see if they ever make that up or not. But Auburn, Missouri, Ole Miss in Nashville for Music City Bowl. And I can tell you this much, that 1, maybe 2, doubt 3, I even doubt 2 for that matter, of those teams I named off, Michigan State goes for it on 4th and 1. They get it 1st and 10. No timeouts, but they got 40 seconds. They're down 14 here. Penn State can get the ball to begin the 3rd quarter. See how this first half ends. But Penn State could also be playing one of those teams that I just named off this bowl season, potentially. Just depends on what happens. 1st and 10, they go deep. Almost picked off by Kalen King again. It's incomplete. He's going to get one of them. Whether that's today or in the bowl game, he's going to get an interception, I think, by the end of the year. Hopefully you want both, but 2nd and 10 after the incompletion, so. No, that's what I was saying earlier. You know Penn State's going to be there. Like, 8-4 every single year is where they, should be at the bottom. And undefeated at a max, 12, 13, 14, maybe 15 wins in due time. But it's really, 9-3, 10-2, 11-1 for Penn State football. At least it has been. Because even when they've gone undefeated, they've gotten screwed over. But 2nd and 15 from the 47-yard line. They have no timeouts. Sack his ass. Pass caught. They get out of bounds. First down, Michigan State. Inside the 40, down to 37 on a 16-yard completion. 1st and 10 with 20 seconds. They trail by 14. They score here. Things get interesting early third quarter. Depends on what Penn State does, but from the 37, 1st and 10, Michigan State. They need to win today to get to the bowl game. And if Penn State loses at 9-3, they're for sure going to be going to Orlando. I can tell you that. Like, you could throw out the window everything ahead of that. But if they win, and then depending on what happens, everything's still on the table until next Sunday. But then, hell, even last year, nobody thought they were going to go to the Outback Bowl, for God's sakes. But they know, as everyone else knows, hopefully as well, Penn State's going to travel. And talk about money, it's going to bring it in. So, we'll see. I'll leave it at that. I'll shut up about that. 2nd and 10. And as we near halftime, 16 seconds. They're going to at least try to get in field goal range, but they got no timeout to stop the clock unless they get out of bounds. Jair Brown on the tackle. Clock's ticking. Tick, 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 tick. 3, 2, 1. They do clock it. Time expires, though, unless they give it to them. Where they set those, the question. Michigan State thinks they got one play to kick it. 1 second on the game clock. My ass. How about you call your timeouts and ice these motherfuckers? That's close. I mean, they put it back on. There's nothing you can do about it. Michigan State going to kick the field goal. Call your timeouts, ice them, and then block the fucking field goal. On 4th and 7, this field goal for Michigan State will officially be from 51 yards out to end the half. And it is going to be up and have the distance, and it's going to be good. So Michigan State with some momentum now going into halftime. It is 14-3 Penn State, though, at the half. And Penn State will receive the second half kick. So, tune out. Be sure to tune back in about 20 minutes or so at the top of the hour at 6 p.m. Eastern Time as we hit halftime. It is 14-3 Penn State. Peyton Thorne, 15-25, $120. Elijah Collins has Rey Mysterio's mask on. 6 carries, 19 yards rushing. I will have WWE Survivor Series live watch along reactions on Tuesday, even though that show is in fact tonight. We're going to watch that on Tuesday. Of course, with the Michigan State Penn State game today, some NFL tomorrow, and on Monday night. That leaves Tuesday, as it did a couple weeks ago, with the Penn State Indiana game and then WWE Crown Jewel. We watch that on Tuesday. So we'll do the same in a couple days. So be sure to tune back in for that. And then Penn State here at the half, up 14-3 as mentioned. Sean Clifford, 7-12, 70 yards passing and a touchdown. They ran a trick play for a touchdown as well, with a double pass. Clifford to Lambert Smith, and then Lambert Smith with a passing touchdown for 48 yards to Theo Johnson, who has both Penn State touchdowns. So Clifford, 7-12, 70 yards in the score. Lambert Smith, 1 of 148 yards in the score. Both running backs, there's balance there in the carries once again. And they have 75 and 50 yards apiece. So Penn State already has over 100 yards rushing as a team today. Nick Singleton, 10 carries, 75 yards rushing. Katron Allen, 13 for 50. And then Theo Johnson, as mentioned, has 2 catches, 59 yards, and those 2 touchdowns. Lambert Smith, 2 of 18 receiving as well. Both Singleton and the Fat Man have a catch for 16 yards out of the backfield apiece as well. Strange, 1 for 5, and Harrison Wallace, 1 for 4. We've had a total of 6 penalties, so that's split. The difference right now is, Penn State's able to convert on third down, and they haven't turned the ball over, even though when Michigan State turned it over, Penn State couldn't capitalize. And then missed another fucking field goal. So up 14-3. It really should be 20-3 though, let alone 28-3 if those field goals, could be touchdowns. The passing's, split. It's Michigan State though, because Thorne's done more than Clifford has. But at the same point in time, Michigan State can't run the football when Penn State has been able to. They can. So Penn State really hasn't been throwing a hell of a lot, but they do have 2 passing touchdowns from 10 yards and 48 yards out. So 14-3 your lead, but it really should be 17-20 to 3, 28-3 at the max. But yeah, the difference is Penn State able to convert on third down and having a running game compared to Michigan State. Buck 27 to 8 yards. Singleton and Allen have had how many 8-yard runs by themselves, today as it is compared to Michigan State's 8 yards as a team, for God's sakes. Time possession split. So we are Penn State 14-3, your halftime score. Penn State going to get the ball to begin the second half of the third quarter. They'll show off some highlights. But they just got to continue around the football, man. If they can continue to tote the rock with Singleton and the Fat Man, and that's not my nickname for him, that's the team nickname. His nickname is Fat Man because of how big he is. He has lost a lot of weight, though, since he arrived on campus. Both true freshmen, and both with 700-plus total yards this year, all-purpose. And Singleton entering today with 75 right now. He only needed 137 for 1,000 entering the game, and it was 75 at the half. Nick Singleton needs 62 more yards rushing to break 1,000 for the year. Katron needed 252. He's sitting at 50 right now, so he still needs a 200-yard second half, which that ain't going to happen. He might get 1,000 with the bowl game, but Singleton only needs 62 more yards rushing this second half to get 1,000 for the regular season. But they just got to continue around the football. Clifford's still going to have to make some plays. Michigan State has some momentum now with that 51-yard field goal, but not much. Because they're 1 of 7 on third down when Penn State is 50% at 4 of 8. So I said the difference is right there, along with Penn State having a running game and Michigan State not having a running game. So if Penn State continue around the football and stop the run, like I said earlier, it starts out front on the line of scrimmage. Whoever wins the line of scrimmage is going to win this game. It seems like if Penn State continue around the football and stop it, they'll be all right. They'll win this game, not necessarily with ease, but, just shoot themselves in the foot. 2 missed field goals. It should be 20-0, 28-3 at the max with that field goal there. But, the defense playing top-notch as always, but just continue around the football, and they'll hopefully come out on top with a win and get a 10-win regular season. Something that Penn State hasn't done since 2019. But even with a 10-win season, then they had a 10-win season in 17 and 16 as well. So, I guess, yeah, you got to go through the hard times to get to the good times. Because it's been tough and frustrating lately. 14 and 15 to 16. Okay, 7-5, 7-5 to a Big Ten title, and then another 10-win year, and then one short the following year, with another 10-win year, and then you're in 20 and 21. Hopefully, I didn't miss any years. I don't think I did. But 11-11 entering this year, and 9-2 today. Another 10-win regular season, 11-win overall, and 2 losses to 2 of the best teams in the fucking country, and what could have been with 4th and 6 and 9-26, man. And I know I might sound like a broken record, now and even later in the year with the bowl game, because I'll be saying the same shit then. It's the truth. Like, who the hell knows what could have happened if they would have. I mean, they might have still lost those games. Might have won at least one of them, maybe both of them, for all we know. Who knows? They didn't, though. So that's that. But it'd be a hell of a lot different story. But, just back on track. It's impressive, continue to recruit well. And that's the thing. Recruiting's on paper. Until that transition from playing high school football to college football, which is a lie. It's a totally different game. Until they can, execute, put it all together. I guess, yeah. You just got to go through the hard times to get to the good times. Growing pains, as they call them. 14 to 15 to get to the Big Ten championship and win that in 16. 17, 18, 19 were good. 2 10-plus win seasons in 3 years, and then 4 and 5 to 7 and 6, and now 9 and 2. So that's why I've said all year, if they can put it together, watch out, because there's serious potential with Penn State football. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So this second half, you're up 14-3. Run the damn ball. Run the fucking football. Please and thank you. Because the defense, once again, they're going to continue to get stops. Clifford might have to make a play or two. Just overall, don't do anything fucking stupid. Do not shoot yourselves in the foot penalties, and don't be turning the ball over. Okay? Because you don't want to give them free opportunities to get themselves back in this game, because they haven't been able to do much, other than that field goal just prior to halftime. Okay? So, just keep running the football and get out healthy. And then you'll have a month off before a bowl game. So, can't ask for much else. Just keep running it. Don't do anything stupid. Don't put the pressure on yourself. Put the pressure on them, as it already is. Okay? Keep it up. Put it to them, and win back the Lanning Grant Trophy. And then you'd have both trophies you play for, one at home this year and back in your possession. And then, Minnesota in the Big Ten West, the crossover, they play them once every 3 years. So you're going to keep that. Yeah, you'll have to go to Michigan State next year. They play each other every year anyway. But, I mean, when you only play for 2 trophies and you already won one back and you're up 11 at halftime in the other game for that very trophy today, so just find a way to win this game and get out healthy. Run the football and put it to them. At this point, yeah, would like, no doubt about it, to get Singleton 1,000 yards rushing. And then Katron potentially to get 1,000 yards rushing and come the bowl game. But overall, just get out healthy. We'll see what Clifford does, good or bad. Because he really hasn't had to do much, but defense holding it down as always, but special teams back to the mistakes there. They're up 14-3, but they really should be up 17-20-3. Let alone 28-3 if those 2 field goals are touchdowns. Because they had 2 field goals late last week that they would have punched in those touchdowns. They would have won by more than they already did. But that was then. This is now. Neither here nor there. So it doesn't matter. Win's a win. Find a way to win. Okay? 14-3 your halftime score. Penn State up on Michigan State in the battle for the Land Grant Trophy. Already final, though, this week. On Tuesday, we had some action. We had Miami, Ohio defeat Ball State 18-17. And the Ohio Bobcats, who Penn State beat 46-10 week 2, will be heading to the MAC championship game at 9-3 after a 38-14 win over Bowling Green. So, doesn't Kelsey Ballerini say "Go Bobcats" in one of her songs? Go Bobcats. Mississippi State won the Egg Bowl at Ole Miss on Thanksgiving night, 24-22. Both of those teams, I will say this, could potentially be opponents for Penn State come bowl season. And Lane Kiffin ain't going nowhere. Signed an extension with Ole Miss, and he'll return as their head coach next year. Yesterday in college football, we had 2 shutouts. Colorado State 17-0 over New Mexico and Fresno State in the final game of the day. Last night, 30-0 win at home from Northern California over the visiting Wyoming Cowboys. And then also yesterday, a double overtime game. But overall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 one-score games yesterday. With, in no particular order, I guess we'll go top 25 first, as we always do. Last night in the Sunshine State, on the Panhandle in the capital of Tallahassee, with the Tomahawk Chop, the Seminoles of Florida State, a very quiet 9-win season. They're 9-3 in the top 20, for God's sakes. Back and forth battle last night at home against the visiting Florida Gators, who were going to finish 6-6. Florida State wins it 45-38. That double overtime game was NC State winning at North Carolina 30-27 after the Tar Heels have now lost 2 straight, but they'll play Clemson next week in the ACC championship game. And some Pac-12 action yesterday. We had UCLA win at Cal 35-28. Tulane 27-24 win at Cincinnati. They'll now either face in a rematch either UCF or Cincinnati again next week in the American Athletic Conference Championship game. Texas beat Baylor 38-27. Boise State 42-23 win from the Blue Turf for a 10 a.m. local kick yesterday against Utah State. More action. These 2 games should have been on Wednesday because we had 2 games on Tuesday. Nothing Wednesday, even though with the early season college basketball tournaments. Of course, NFL on Thursday with their triple header with the Bills, Cowboys, and to show off some highlights from the first half, we'll be returning to action momentarily with the third and fourth quarters with Penn State and Michigan State 14-3. Yep. First half highlights, wrapping up the halftime show. Penn State to receive the second half kick when we return coming up next. But then the Vikings also won on Thursday night on Thanksgiving as well. And then NFL Black Friday for the first time next year. College football with more Black Friday yesterday and a full slate today. Eastern Michigan yesterday beat Central Michigan 38-19. Western Michigan with a 20-14 win over Holy Toledo as well. The Arizona Wildcat and the Arizona State Sun Devil mascots fought each other on the sidelines, I might add, yesterday, but the Wildcats found a way to win by 3 at home, 38-35. Another trophy rivalry game with Arkansas and Missouri. Tigers beat the Hogs 29-27. As mentioned, the two shutouts with Colorado State defeating New Mexico 17-0 and Fresno State defeating Wyoming 30-0. And then Nebraska winning against Iowa for the first time since 2014. Almost blowing a 24-0 lead. Like I said earlier, Iowa came back, make it interesting, but Cornhuskers defeat the Hawkeyes by 7, 24-17, and then made it official this morning with the hiring of Matt Roll. So congratulations once again to him, as he is, in fact, the new Nebraska Cornhusker head coach. Iowa's, been that team that I've liked and rooted for, at least in the Big Ten West. Because talk about Penn State and Michigan State being more alike, more similar than they are different. Penn State and Iowa are also the same. But I think Nebraska over time, Matt Roll, he'll get them going in a good direction. He learned from, of course, one of the best in Joe Paterno, who is still, I might add, the all-time wins leader in college football history with 409 wins. And as Roll played linebacker here at Penn State, got his coaching start under former Nittany Lion and now Golden at Temple. Golden left for Miami. Roll ended up getting the job a couple of years later. 4 years at Temple, 3 years at Baylor. And if Matt Roll can win at fucking Temple and Baylor, for God's sakes, in college football, and this is why I said, if something happened with Franklin, he'd be the perfect fit for Penn State. One, because of having played here and knows the history and just knows the program, top to bottom, left to right, all the ins and outs on how to win. If Matt Roll can win at Temple and Baylor, one, he can win anywhere. Sound like fucking Frank Sinatra. But he couldn't win the NFL with the Panthers. But that's the difference with winning in college and the NFL. Some are fit to do both, some aren't, including Nick Saban, who's, this generation's top college football coach. And for what he's done in Alabama since returning to the game after leaving the Miami Dolphins, the NFL, I mean, by God, just talk about excellence. Matt Roll's going to win at Baylor. Give him time. I'm going to have to root for Nebraska now. Much as I don't want to say that, but as I've said before, and I mean, you can root for teams up until the time they play your favorite team. Like, you wish them well, but when you play them, no. Go away. When Nebraska is good, it's good for the Big Ten for one, but it's overall better for college football. They haven't won a national title in 25 years. Penn State, in the meantime, hasn't won a title in longer than that, for that matter. So there's that. But, Nebraska with another head coaching hire, even with a winning or a losing record, I could probably see them finding a way to fire his ass in due time just because they want to move on. But Nebraska couldn't have made a better hire than Matt Roll, as we see the Penn State Twisted Tea commercial as we come back from break. But Penn State back deep to receive, and all first and 10 up 14-3 here to begin the second half. And, we thought for Nebraska, it could be this person, it could be this person, or that person. They hire Matt Roll, they get their guy, wish them well, wish it was here at Penn State. But now, like I said earlier, recruiting-wise and transfer portal, He's got to put a good staff together. And I think, honestly, the first person needs to call to keep on staff is Mickey Joseph, who took over for Scott Frost as the interim. But then number 2, even though Al Golden didn't take Matt Rule to Miami when he left to take Hurricane job, thought maybe, okay, he'll get it and replace me. He didn't. Stevie D'Alessio did. I might be calling him up too, but if I'm Matt Rule, I'm calling Al Golden, who, as he was at Temple and then Miami, and Matt Rule at Temple and Baylor, Golden, of course, got fired by Miami, has bounced around the NFL, Lions, Bengals, oh my. He's currently the defense coordinator with Notre Dame, though, right now. If I'm Matt Rule, I'm calling up Al Golden to come be a defense assistant, defense coordinator for me at Nebraska. And then, as Penn State gets 2 yards on that play, 2nd and 8, handoff Singleton. Going to lose 2 yards, so make it 3rd and 10. I'm also, if I'm Matt Rule, calling up current Texas A&M defensive line coach, who can absolutely recruit his ass off. And this is a former Penn Stater as well, played on the D-line in the past 15, 20 years. And that's Elijah Robinson. The thing is, Nebraska, they have the money. Give Matt Rule an 8-year deal. Nebraska's going to win in due time. Just believe me. You got to give them the time, though. You can't, be 3 years, 4 years, and, well, not win, of course, and then expect to keep a job. But even at that point, if you're, on the uphill climb, get over the hump. The problem with Nebraska, though, in the Big Ten is going to be the addition of USC and UCLA in the West. 1st and 10 Penn State, though, from 36 here, a couple minutes into the second half, up 14-3. And Singleton on the give, another loss. So 2nd and long. But, they, like I said, were good the first half of their decade, 12 years here in the Big Ten. Since then, though, it's, gone downhill. It's 3, 4, 5, 6 win seasons, which ain't good. But Nebraska goes back from Tom Osborne, okay, retired. They fired Frank Solich. Shouldn't have done that. Brought in Bill Callahan. Well, yeah, he really didn't win. They fired him. But then they had Bo Pelini, who had as good a winning record as Frank Solich did. And they fired his ass because the media didn't like him because he spoke the truth to an extent. And then they go from Mike Riley to Scott Frost, and now Matt Rule's there. So, give him time. Matt Rule will win in the Big Ten and will win at Nebraska. Because, like I said, if he can win at fucking Temple and Baylor, he's going to be able to win anywhere. Just couldn't cut it in the NFL. But not all college coaches can. 3rd and 18 for Penn State. So they're going forwards and backwards. Clifford all day to throw, dumps it off. Theo Johnson slips, and they'll get to the 31-yard line, but 4th down, they'll punt to begin this second half. I mean, at least they took off almost 3.5, 4 minutes on the opening drive, but still, man. Like, Michigan State now, as I said earlier, they can keep it close. They're going to have a better chance to win this game rather than, the average margin of victory, with these two when they meet the past, 15 years. Because when Penn State's won, they've won by a lot, 20 plus. When Michigan State's won, it's only won, by, like I said, 4 points. Fumble on the return and then goes out of bounds. Oh, my. Nice strip on the return. 11-11 to play in the third, so say your prayers for Penn State to pick up the 10th win today and win the bowl game and then win a national championship in college football next year. But Michigan State going to maintain possession with the return. Of course, they were the last to touch it as well. Still 14-3. And Michigan State getting the ball back early third quarter. But I'll leave it at that with what I said there. So, all right, now everything that's gone final. Earlier today, Georgia with a 37-14 win against Georgia Tech in the game. As we saw at the start here, Michigan State winning Michigan. Michigan State's down 14-3 at Penn State now. Michigan, the Wolverines, won at Ohio State 45-23. South Carolina with a 1-point win in the Palmetto Bowl, 31-30 at Clemson. West Virginia with a 5-point win at Oklahoma State. Still going to finish below 500. Now the question is, does Neil Brown return? He's going to be overall in 4 years, a couple games now below 500. Yeah, they could move on from him, potentially. Oklahoma State, I don't know what the hell happened to them down the stretch, but I guess sort of the same thing that happened to Penn State last year. And, that was shitting the bed. Oklahoma State was prime position to, continue playing good in the Big 12, but then just lost a couple in a row, won recently, but then they lose again today. 24-19, West Virginia with a win. Army won at UMass, 44-7. New Mexico State with a 49-14 win at Liberty. Yeah, if the Hugh Freeze Auburn shit's true, he's good as gone. After that loss, they finished 8-4. Maryland shut out Rutgers 37-0. James Madison beat Coastal Carolina by 40, 47-7. They'll be going to the Sun Belt Conference Championship game next week. South Alabama won 27-20 against Old Dominion, as did Marshall 28-23 against Georgia State. Western Kentucky won at Florida Atlantic in overtime 32-31. East Carolina and Temple won in a shootout 49-46. Also in overtime in the MAC, Kent State beat Buffalo 30-27. Akron 44-12 win Northern Illinois. And North Texas 21-17 win against Rice. And then we'll get into everything that's ongoing right now and then what's still to come tonight and next week for the conference title games. But once again, for conference championship games, not going to know officially everything until late tonight, tomorrow, but we'll update when we see fit for more upcoming college football, NFL, and professional wrestling live watch along reaction streams. As always, just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. So after the Michigan State punt return and the fumble out of bounds, they get 5 yards, and I got a 2nd and 5 here. 10:40 and counting to play in this third quarter. 14-3 Penn State. And Michigan State with a little toss, and then a push out of bounds by Jair Brown. Be 3rd and 4 for the Spartans. Penn State was looking to bring everything except the kitchen sink on that pressure, but then they hand off and get a yard, so 3rd and 4. Third and 4, 10 minutes to play in the third. And it's 14-3 from the 28. Thorne's pass, batted up, incomplete, they say. Would have been picked off by Johnny Dixon, but it falls incomplete. 4th down and 4, and Michigan State will punt. Penn State getting the ball back, and okay, as neither team did anything early third quarter on their opening drives, we'll see if Penn State can do anything now, and then, we'll go from there. But, all right, yeah, just another drop, batted up, and then almost picked off, but yeah, it hit the ground, incomplete. 4th down, and Tinsley back deep to receive for Penn State. And Mitchell Tinsley going to let it bounce inside the 10, down in the end zone for a Penn State touchback on the punt return. And it'll be Penn State ball. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line when we return, still 14-3, even though once again it, honestly should be 17-20, 28-3 at a max. But even with getting the ball to begin the third quarter, they went forward a little bit, but then went backwards and couldn't, find any momentum, no rhythm, and had to punt themselves. So Michigan State with the punt there as well, and Penn State getting it back. Still an 11.14-3 lead here early. Third quarter, under 10 to play. Ongoing in college football, Louisville and Kentucky. Wildcats up on the Cardinals. And that game, a couple minutes to play. It looks like Kentucky's going to win. 26-13 your score. Alabama's up 21 on Auburn mid-third quarter. So the game's over. Tide going to win. Right now it's 42-21. Oregon leading Oregon State 28-10 as well. Illinois 34-3 early fourth quarter at Northwestern. So they're going to win. Purdue's up 17-10 as well, though, at Indiana. If Purdue wins, they go to the Big Ten title game to take on Michigan. If they lose, it's going to be Illinois because they're going to beat Northwestern because Iowa lost yesterday. Iowa has no chance now. Northwestern going to lose 11 in a row after a 1-0 start to defeating Nebraska in week 0, late August, across the pond in Ireland. 34-3 Illinois at Northwestern. Wisconsin just jumped around to begin the fourth quarter. 16-13 lead at home against Minnesota. Purdue, as mentioned, 17-10 at Indiana right now. Duke up 27-24 against Wake Forest. San Jose State leading Hawaii 24-12 as well. And as we see the Big Ten cross-country commercial, of course, you're going to have to add a few teams in the next couple of years. And USC and UCLA, potentially as well, with Stanford, Oregon, Washington, Utah, even Notre Dame for that matter. We'll see what gives, but SMU 24-23 lead at home against Memphis. Troy's up 27-19 at Arkansas State. UAB 37-20 against Louisiana Tech. 31-21 with UTEP and UTSA from San Antonio. TCU's up 34-7 at halftime against Iowa State. Utah shutting out Colorado 42-0. Southern Miss 10-7 at Louisiana Monroe. Louisiana Lafayette up 10-6 at Texas State. And then 0-0 as they both just kicked off with App State and Georgia Southern and Middle Tennessee State and Florida International. As Penn State gets a couple yards there, be second down, up 14-3 here with 9:20 and counting to play in this third quarter. Officially 4, so 2nd and 6. And then as they have a trips in a bunch, empty set actually. Clifford on quarterback draw, gonna lose a yard and then gain a yard. Ref falls down as well, be 3rd and 5 it looks like. We'll preview what's still to come shortly later on with the games tonight and then next week as well. So 3rd down and 5 for Penn State from the 25. Clifford looking to throw, going to step up and complete. Mitchell Tinsley to the 38, first down Penn State. First and 10 Lions from the 38, handoff. Katron Allen for 4 yards, so at least they're giving themselves manageable situations for the most part. Rather than 2nd and long, it's, 2nd and medium or second and short when they get the third down, third and whatever. Second and 7 officially now, but yeah, they're going backwards a few times, but they've done more pause than they've done bad today. But still should have a couple more points than they have because of the missed field goals. But oh well. Screen complete to Katron, be second and make it 3rd and 5 or so. So yeah, but. Okay. 3rd down and short for Penn State. Get a first down first off and then go from there. If you want to, take another shot, maybe get these tight ends back involved for that matter. 3rd and short for Penn State. Trip stop your screen out of the gun, fake the give, pump fake, and then Clifford gets sacked. God damn it. Jesus fucking Christ. 4th down, they'll punt again. Jesus Christ, man. Just like a couple weeks ago, they were up 27-0 at halftime. They didn't do jack shit in the 3rd and 4th quarter. Won 30-0. It's like they think 14-3 is, a big enough lead. No, it's not. Especially against Michigan State, who's going to be playing you tough to begin with, regardless of their record. Now, if they can find a spark, they might be able to get themselves back in this game. That's what I said. They can keep it close. They're going to have a better chance to win this game than not. Michigan State on the punt return, coming back for a block in the back, though. And then the ball came out. Fumble. And Penn State has it. Tyler Warren has the fucking football. Penn State ball at the 18, 1st and 10. Knocking on the door in the red zone, so turnover going to cost Michigan State. Now you definitely got to capitalize off this. No fucking field goal. You got to punch us in for 6. We are Penn State. But blocking the back on the return, I mean, well, we'll see if they keep it or not. No, it's declining because of the turnover. Yeah. And Penn State ball 1st and 10. You got to score. No field goal. If you have 7 for 3, okay, so be it. A 2-score game again. As it is right now anyway. But it's, I'd rather have 21-3 than 17-3. Because then, 18 is 2.5 scores, is a 3-score game. Rather than 17-3, 2-score, you're up 2 touchdowns. 14-3, yeah, it's 11. It's still 2 scores, but you had a turnover off them earlier. You missed a field goal. You missed another field goal, I might add. So, you got to score a touchdown. 14-3, you got to score a touchdown off of that turnover off the punt return. With especially damn good starting field position again from the 17-yard line, 1st and 10. And Clifford going to dump it off in the screen to Katron Allen, who's going to lower the shoulder and boom for 3. The 2nd and 7 from the 14. 6:16 and counting to play in the 3rd quarter. Come on, you got to punch it in. You got to score. You got to score. Clifford, got to motion out a couple of receivers. 2 tight ends and a back, actually, for an empty set. Watch a quarterback draw. 2nd and 7, pump fake on a bubble screen going in the end zone. Tyler Warren caught, touchdown Penn State. He recovered the fumble. He catches the touchdown a couple plays later. Touchdown Penn State, 20-3. Upcoming extra point to make it 21-3 with 5:42 to play in the 3rd. This game might be over. And a turnover cost to Michigan State. At least they scored off it, though, this time, like I said. I mean, a good pump fake and then just, simple fade. You had to go up and get it. Good coverage, and he makes the catch, and, hey, touchdown Penn State, so that's all that matters. 20-3, extra point to come. Still should have another 6 points, though. So 26-27-3 at this point. But they missed 2 field goals. Extra point up and good. At least Pinniger's 3 for 3 on extra points, but 2 misses on, 35-plus yard field goals. Which, come on, man. He's up and down. But they score, 2 plays later after the fumble, 21-3. Score now with the touchdown. 21-3 Penn State with 5:42 to play in this third quarter. Sean Clifford now with 2 passing touchdowns, as we'll await these updated stats. In the meantime, still to come tonight in college football, unless that's going to take its good old time to load here as well. To what's going to load first? It's fucking turtle race. 13 of 18 for Clifford. So here's the stats. Buck 10 and 2 touchdowns. One to Theo Johnson, the other there to Tyler Warren. So both of the tight ends. Warren has the catch for 14 yards and a touchdown. Of course, Lambert Smith, 1 of 1, 48 yards and a touchdown as well. That also to Theo Johnson, who now has 3 catches, 62 yards and both touchdowns. So all 3 passing touchdowns to tight ends. Strange is next. And then Dinkins. Nick Singleton, 12 carries, 71 yards. Katron Allen, 15 carries, 58 yards rushing. Singleton still needs, about 60 yards to break 1,000. And Katron a little less than 200. Which, like I said, Singleton's better chance to do that today. Fat man come the bowl game potentially as well. But 21-3, 5:42 to play in the third. Michigan State going to get the ball back after the turnover. So really, they should have 10 points off turnovers. They only have 7 though. But they should have, 2 made field goals rather than 2 misses. So it should be 27 to 3 rather than 21 to 3. Katron has 3 catches, 24 yards. Singleton, 2 of 18, also on the backfield. Kenny Lambert Smith has 2 catches, 18 yards as well. Warren, 1 of 14 in the score. Tinsley, quiet, 1 catch game. And of course, no Parker Washington because he's injured, out for the year. But Strange is next to get a receiving touchdown because Theo Johnson has 2 and Tyler Warren has the other. Both are tight ends. Penn State up 18, 21 to 3. Capitalize off the turnover, and Michigan State getting the ball back. But the difference is, just Michigan State defensively cannot stop Penn State, even though Penn State at times doesn't look, that great on offense. They can't stop the run though. And then, giving up 3 passing touchdowns. So 21 to 3 with 5:42 to play in the third. And next we'll preview once again still what's to come tonight. And then also next week for the conference title games once again. So meantime, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to follow and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And we are Penn State, 21-3. Penn State on the kickoff. And a touchback. So 1st and 10, Michigan State from the 25-yard line. Yeah, they need a spark. They do. But I think this game is over with. I do. Because the way Penn State's been playing on defense, they can keep it up. 18 points is a 3-score game. So we'll see what happens. 1st and 10, Michigan State from 25. And batted down, picked off, and dropped. Oh, my God. Incomplete. Abdul Carter had, and he would have walked into the fucking end zone from 5 yards out. Catch the ball. I guess that's why they're playing on defense, though. Oh, my God. Tarburton tipped it, Carter there to pick it, and then they collided with each other, and that's when he dropped it. He had the pick. He had the defense touchdown. Oh, my God. But incomplete, 2nd down and 10 for Michigan State. Well, you still got 2 more plays to get another turnover off. Another tackle for loss, potentially. That's a hold. Chop Robinson chasing him down. And pass going to be caught at midfield, 1st and 10, Michigan State. Jesus Christ. Continue to bring pressure. Continue to bring pressure. First and 10 from midfield. Thorns pass, batted down, incomplete. So 3rd and 10. Handoff, and Berger brought down by Sutherland. Be 3rd down and about 7 for Michigan State. 3rd and 6, they say. And they bring everyone is caught, but then he falls down. Wheatley on the tackle, be 4th and short for Michigan State, as Daquan Hardy almost got to him in the backfield with the sack. 4th and 2 for Michigan State. And I mean, under 4 to play in the 3rd, you're down 18, you sort of got to go for it. So they will, 4th and 2 for Sparty. This potentially could be the ball game, because I think this game's over to begin with. But you got to get another stop to the defense. Come on. Come on, Blue. 4th and 2, they'll hand off. Collins, he gets the first down run and a couple more yards, spins, and Isaac brings him down. So 1st and 10, Michigan State. Come on, D. They go deep, got a flag on the play. It's incomplete, but give me a hell yeah with 3:16 to play in this 3rd. Probably a defensive holder, pass interference on Penn State, the way Manny Diaz is reacting. Okay, it might have offsetting penalties because of the hold. Illegal substitution on Penn State. 5 yards, still 1st down. Okay, that's the penalty. Yeah, they were running guys on and off, and they caught him. Yeah, so 1st and 10, Michigan State. Got to, have better communication. But 1st and 5 after the penalty officially. 1st and 5. Handoff, about a yard. 2nd and 4. 3 minutes to play in the 3rd. Come on, guys. Second and 4 from the 26. And then Thorns pass far side, going to be caught at the 10-yard line. Dixon on the coverage. Good no call rather than a pass interference. Yeah. 1st and goal, Michigan State at the 10. Looking to score their first touchdown today. They go hurry up, hand off, and they stuff him at the line. No gain. Second down. Second and goal from the 10. Come on, defense. Need to stop. Even if you give a touchdown, you're still up 11 as you were 14-3 at halftime, and then for the most part the whole entire third quarter until you just scored. So going in the fourth, up 21-10, yeah, you should still be all right, comfortable, but breathing room-wise, well, you should have those 2 missed field goals. You should be up fucking 27-3 right now rather than 21-3. And they score here, not going to fucking matter anyway. But you still got a whole fourth quarter played, so ain't over until it's over. Second and goal, they throw a fade, and it's going to be caught with one hand. Touchdown, Michigan State. Right in front of their cheerleaders and the Spartan mascot. But this ain't Sparta. This is Happy Valley, and Penn State still is up 21-9. We'll see if they go for 2, make it a 10-point game, rather than down 11 and then need a touchdown on the 2-point of the field goal, rather than, just a touchdown on a field goal. Looks like they're going to just kick it. Be down 21-10 with $1:37 to play in the third. And they will kick it. And it's up and good. 21-10 Penn State with 1:37 to play in the third quarter. Peyton Thorne with a 10-yard, yeah. Don't tell me about it. Jesus Christ. Thorne with a 10-yard passing touchdown when it all could have started, as they just said, yeah, with a pick 6 by Penn State. But then they ran into each other and dropped it. It was incomplete. And then they go the distance and score. So, 28-3. 34-3 if they'd have that defensive touchdown, and the missed field goals. 21-10 because they go up a touchdown. Really should be 27-10. It should be. I mean, they missed 2 field goals. Wide right and wide left. By an inch. 21-10 with a minute and a half to play in the third and a full fourth to come. So, speaking of college football and everything still to kick off later on tonight, keeping an eye on the Big Ten West. As Illinois is now up 41-3 at Northwestern, 5.5 to play, so they'll win, but they need Purdue to lose, and Purdue's going to win. At Indiana, they got the ball 2 minutes to play, up 30-10. So the Big Ten title game is going to be Purdue and Michigan next week. And then Ohio State's not going to play, neither here's Penn State. Ohio State's still going to be ahead of the blue and white, though, in the rankings, even with the loss earlier. Because Penn State lost to both Michigan and Ohio State, for that matter. Minnesota and Wisconsin are tied at 16 mid-fourth quarter. The only way, like I said, Penn State is going to the Rose Bowl is if both Michigan and Ohio State make the playoff, which is still just going to depend on what else happens. Clemson lost. Alabama's going to win. Oregon's up 10 with time left. But then you have TCU up 41-7 at Iowa State, so they're going to get to 12-0. LSU plays A&M in about a half hour. USC's in action in about an hour at home against Notre Dame. And then Tennessee plays later tonight, too. Yeah, so I think for Penn State, you can count out the Rose Bowl. It's just going to depend on what happens, though, with the teams ahead of them, and who's making the playoff and who's not. The only way they go to Pasadena is, in fact, both Michigan and Ohio State make the playoff, which Ohio State's going to need some teams to lose next week, let alone tonight for that matter, with their loss. But they could still get in even with their loss earlier. Meantime, 1st and 10 Penn State from the 25. Pass complete, Keandre Lambert-Smith for 12 to the former number 13, now number 1, 1st and 10 Penn State. It's at large in the Cotton and Orange Bowl. And it seems like the Cotton will have the highest ranked non-power 5 coming out of the AAC, which is either going to be Tulane, UCF, or Cincinnati. But then at large and the other, if it ain't that, Cotton and Orange, like I said, Sugar already has Big 12 SEC ties. So that means even with a win today for Penn State, loss for sure gets them to the Citrus Bowl, which they're up 11. Hopefully they don't lose it to begin with. Get a 10-1 regular season, 11-1 season overall. Handoff on 2nd and 11, and back to the original line of scrimmage, 3rd and 10. But they're not going to have to snap if they don't want to end the quarter. They can take this into the 4th. Up 21-10, but yeah, Outback Bowl is the lowest. If ain't the Rose Bowl, which doesn't seem like it will be. Won't be smelling the roses in California and Germany by any means. Into the new year. Cotton, Orange, Citrus for Penn State, with the Citrus Bowl seems like the most likely possibility. They do snap it before the end of the fucking quarter for whatever fucking reason. They get stuffed, 4th down. Now Michigan State going to get the ball back. Down 11, begin the 4th. So we got ourselves a ball game. 21-10 entering the 4th quarter. And Michigan State with, a 10-7 win in the 3rd. As they were down 14-3 at halftime, Penn State leads at the end of the 3rd, 21-10. So Peyton Thorne and Sean Clifford, along with Collins and Berger and Singleton and Allen, officially 20-33, a $176 and a touchdown for Peyton Thorne. Collins only has 30 yards rushing and 9 carries. Penn State on the flip side, up 21-10 at the end of the 3rd. Sean Clifford with 2 passing touchdowns. Keandre Lambert-Smith with the other. They have 2 missed field goals, so it should be 27-10. Let alone 35-42 potentially. If they'd have that pick 6 that Michigan State then ended up scoring on. But 21-10 at the end of the 3rd. Clifford 14-19, a $121 and 2 touchdowns. Lambert-Smith 1-1, 48 yards and a touchdown as well. Singleton and Allen. Penn State did not run the ball whatsoever that 3rd quarter. Know why? Michigan State, of course, making stops, but run the damn ball. You have a fucking lead. Now it seems like when Clifford doesn't even be doing a lot, that's when he's doing dumb shit. And play calling, like, what the hell? Run the damn ball. Singleton, 14 carries, 71 yards rushing. Allen, 15-58, and then the receiving stats are the same as they were last time I ran them off, so I'm not going to read them off again. But Michigan State getting the ball back, down 11 to begin the 4th. And a touchdown, 2-point, and a field goal to tie. I still think this game's over for the most part, but I could be wrong. Penn State's defense is going to have to win in this game, though, from here on out. If they're for sure going to want to win this game and get to, 10-2 and get to, one of those 4 or 5 bowl games that I've named off. So we'll see what happens. we will see what happens. Alabama's up on Auburn. Oregon State just scored, cutting their lead against Oregon. And then Minnesota just scored with 3 minutes to play. So Wisconsin and an opening, of course, Jim Leonard, the interim. I said when they fired Paul Chris, it seems like they're scared, afraid Leonard was going to leave because they had seen numerous other defense coordinators leave to become head coaches. And, they don't want to have that happen again. Even though Paul Chris was, having played at Wisconsin, seemingly the perfect man for the job, they fire him. And now Jim Leonard, who also played for the Badgers, it seems like it's his job to lose. I mean, I still think they'll just promote him to be head coach, but they could relieve him of his duties and they maybe hire a search firm and hire somebody for all we know. Who knows? But Minnesota just scored. They win, they get to 8-4, and then Wisconsin falls to 6-6. But don't stop believing, man. 15 to play for the final time this year at home, right here in Happy Valley Beaver Stadium. Until next year, when the Mountaineers of West Virginia come into town. Michigan State on the punt return to the 28. 1st and 10, Sparty from there. 14:48 to play, but show off the Big Ten standings. Yeah, it looks like Purdue's going to be playing Michigan, like I said, next week in the Big Ten title game. And officially, they will, because Purdue wins 30-16 at Indiana. Illinois won as well, 41-3, but Purdue had the tiebreaker. So Purdue, Michigan next week for the Big Ten title. But come on, defense, you stop. 1st and 10, Michigan State from the 30. Handoff. Carter on the tackle. They're going to try to run the ball, and I don't blame them. Game ain't over just yet, but this defense, turnover has been key. Had one earlier, couldn't capitalize. Had another, scored off it. Should have had another for a pick 6. Why not one more? Okay? Put this game away. Should be 27, maybe at a max 35-42-10, but it's 21-10. Should be 27-10, though. They missed 2 fucking field goals, wide right and wide left. Dump off on the screen, into the ground, incomplete. 3rd and 7 for Michigan State, so. Come on, boys. He's going to bring pressure. They look to the sideline. Michigan State, left to right, out of the gun, trips top of your screen. Play clock at 3, 2, 1. They get it off. Safety blitz over the middle. It's caught. 1st down. Right back at it. Keep getting after him. They go hurry up. Toss it. Berger brought down by 51. Hakeem the Dream Beeman. 2nd down and about 8. Thorns, deep ball, incomplete. No flag on the play, or there is. Now it'll be a pass interference. A hold on Penn State, obvious. Marquise Wilson was holding him for fucking 15 yards. Pass interference on Penn State, 1st down Michigan State. That's a good call. God damn. Yeah, I mean, it was a good penalty. You don't want to give up the home run. You don't want to give up a touchdown. You still don't have a penalty, but, I mean, of any penalty. I guess he had a good penalty, but he's still going to get back at it and stop him because they got a 1st and 10 at the 40. Handoff, Tarburton on the tackle. You can give up a field goal here, okay? But then you got to do something when you get the ball back. If you give up a touchdown, you for sure have to fucking score when you get the ball back. Because you don't want to have only a few-point lead with a few minutes to play. Because then the pressure's on, and you really didn't do a hell of a lot that 3rd quarter. Even though they scored once, it was a quick touchdown drive off of turnover. Down goes Thorne, Carter with the sack, 3rd and long for Michigan State. Mustafer, Carter, and Chop Robinson off the edge as well. Take them down. So if you can split a sack into thirds, there you go. 3rd and 18. They're just going to hope to try to get a 1st down. Kick a field goal. That's a fucking hold. Over the middle, caught, 1st down, Michigan State. God damn. Jalen Reed on the tackle. 12 minutes to play. Jesus Christ. How in the hell are you doing this to yourself once again? How in the hell are you allowing this to happen? 1st and 10. They dump it off on a screen. It's incomplete. Jacobs has the ball, just in case I said fumble, but it was incomplete. So 2nd and 10, Michigan State. This is very similar to the Michigan State game in 18. They came back and scored late, and then Penn State, with a Hail Mary, couldn't even get to the fucking 10-yard line as time expired. And they lost back-to-back games to Ohio State and Michigan State. Come on, guys. Come on, boys. Let's go. Thorne's pass, incomplete. Almost picked off again by Kalen King. I'm telling you, he's going to get one of these. Or somebody's going to pick his ass off. I mean, their turnovers have been fumbles. But they're that close to picking them off. Got a 3rd down and 10 now officially for Michigan State. From the 25. They don't convert, they'll kick a field goal. And then they'll be down 8, but then they need a touchdown 2-point to tie, and then Penn State, needs to do something in their next drive. Field goal probably, seals it, but a touchdown would be nice. They bring pressure, and it's, oh my God. Should have been picked by Jair Brown, but then he, as they brought a ton of pressure off of his fucking back foot, just lobs it up there for him, and it's caught. Playing fucking backyard football right now. And Penn State, no wonder they're playing defense. They can't fucking catch. Son of a bitch. They got a 1st and 10. Ball, 1st and goal actually at the 8. Looking to score again here and cut this lead. Michigan State pass in the end zone, incomplete. Oh, come on. Fuck you. That's not a pass interference. Johnny Dixon on the coverage. Come on. Fuck off. You gotta be fucking kidding me. There's no way in hell that's PI. Foul at the end zone, so they'll put the ball at the 2-yard line. So it's a 6-yard penalty. I mean, at least they didn't give him a touchdown, but that's a no call. I mean, maybe a little hold at the line of scrimmage, but come on, defense. Where's Mustafer? Where's Tarburton? Where's Joey fucking Porter Jr. at when you need him? First and goal, Michigan State from the 2. And Thorne going to keep it and walk in. Touchdown, Michigan State. With 10:52 to play, they've come back and made this a 5-point game, down 21-16 with the extra point to come. Come on. You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. They'll kick the extra point. Now they're going to go for 2. Make it a 3-point game. Need just a field goal to tie. Come on, defense. Make a play. Movement up front by both. Hit as he threw it, and it's batted down by Keaton Ellis. Incomplete. They hold a 5-point lead, 21-16. So 10:52 to play. Both teams 3 timeouts. They're going to need a touchdown to take the lead. Penn State with a field goal gives them back another 8-point lead. Michigan State with a touchdown, 2-point to tie it. Penn State needs to go out and score a damn touchdown on this next drive to put this game away. And if they don't, they might lose this game. Because Michigan State has had the momentum since they kicked that 51-yard field goal going into halftime. Penn State, yes, had a touchdown in the third quarter off of a turnover. The 2-play touchdown drive. Tyler Warner recovered the fumble and then caught the touchdown. 21-10. 21-3, I might add. But the Michigan State scored and then they just scored again. So 21-10, make it 21-16. They go for 2, don't get it. 21-16 is where we sit. Got to score. You think, 14-0, 14-3. 21-3, 21-10. With half the football to be played is, breathing room. I don't think so. No. The 2 missed field goals are coming back to bite them in the ass right now. Because one should have been up 27-3. Okay, they give up that touchdown, or those 2 touchdowns. They still have a, 2-score lead. The 2 missed field goals by Pinniger are coming back to hurt them. They're only at 5. 5-3, 8-3 is 11. They'd be up 27-16 right now if he has those 2 field goals. If everything else goes the way it has, because they haven't done shit. But then they almost had a defense touchdown, I might add. And that's when Michigan State drove and scored. And then they get the ball back again. Score it again. Go for 2, don't get it. But Penn State offense needs to wake the hell up. But I'll say this, because they have a 5-point lead, they need to fucking run the football. Nick Singleton, Katron Allen, run the damn ball. At this point, I don't care if you get 1,000 yards. Run the ball, run this clock out, and win the fucking game. Okay? You can get your 1,000 yards for the season in the bowl game. Run the damn ball. Something they did not do at all the third quarter. Stats are about the same as they were at halftime, for God's sakes. Okay? 10:52 to play. They lead at 21-16, but run the ball. Credit to Michigan State. They're playing good on defense. They found some momentum on offense. They've scored 2 touchdowns now. Down 5 rather than 4, let alone 3, because they didn't kick it. They, went for 2 and didn't get it. So 21-16 with 10:52 to play, but just need to, go on one of those drives right now. That takes up like 7-8 minutes of the clock. 15-play, 80-yard touchdown drive would be nice. If they can put it together and, just find a way to win this game and put it away. I don't know how the hell you're blowing this, but you are. And like I said, the 2 missed field goals are coming back to bite them in the ass. So, let's go. Clifford, you got to make some fucking plays. Now's the fucking time. You've been here 6 years, 4 years as a starter. As much as you've been shit on, you still have won a lot of games, and you're all-time passing leader in program history. Need one of those drives right now, okay? and they need to run the damn ball, and they'll have to go 75 yards for a touchdown. They're up 5, but a touchdown is going to put this game out of reach. Field goal still up 8 as they show off what is the Land-Grant Trophy. Yeah. It's ugly as hell, but it's a nice piece of carved wood. 1st and 10. Handoff. Katron Allen to the 30, 32-yard line. 2nd and 3, maybe 4 after a 6-7 yard gain. Work this play clock. Don't snap it till there's 3 seconds. Okay? You drain this clock as much as you possibly can and run the damn ball. 1st down, 1st down, 1st down. Second and 3, yeah. Slow it down. Take a good old time. And they'll hand off again to Katron Allen, the fat man, for about a yard, maybe 2. Be 3rd and short for Penn State. Under 10 to play we go. Oh, God. Just get the 1st down. Nothing stupid. Nothing stupid. Do not turn the ball over. I wouldn't mind, a screen of some sorts if you are throwing. Whether it's a halfback or a tight end screen in the flat, just end around. No. Fake it. Come back near side. Complete to Warren. 1st down. Penn State. So play action pass complete to the tight end. So 1st and 10. Now you really want to work this clock. Slow it down. Pace yourself. From the 36. Got 15 seconds on the play clock. So why are you snapping it at 10? Hand off Katron Allen. 3 yards to 38, so 2nd and 7. Clock management ain't bad. It can be 10 times better, though. Especially when you're running the football. They know you're running the football. Got an injured Spartan defender again. Timeout. So that'll stop the clock. But be 10 times better. They need to, keep it up. 21-16. Haven't had a game this close for Penn State in the 4th quarter since the Ohio State game last month. And with 9:26 to play then, that's when Ohio State took over. And then they, scored, and scored again, won the game. We're going to find out who Penn State is right now and what kind of team they are, if they can close this out or not. Ain't pretty, but just find a way to win, okay? Alabama with a touchdown, as Auburn did just come back and make it a little closer, make it a little bit more interesting, but tied another score. And that should do it in the Iron Bowl, I'd have to think. And then Oregon State's now up on Oregon, which is a good thing for Penn State. But Oregon has the ball, and they still got 7.5 to play. 38-34 your score for the Beavers over the Ducks. And Wisconsin, 1st and 10, they needed a touchdown with 32 seconds to tie this game before it's overtime. But Purdue already won. They needed to win today to get the Big Ten title game. And they did, so they play Michigan now next week. Still to come, though, tonight in college football. Kicking off right now, LSU and Texas A&M. along with UCF and South Florida. In about a half hour or so, we'll have the Golden Domers and the Trojans, Notre Dame, and USC, Tennessee and Vandy, Oklahoma, Texas Tech, Syracuse, Boston College, along with Tulsa and Houston. In about an hour, Kansas, Kansas State, Pitt, Miami, and then later on tonight, Air Force, San Diego State, the Apple Cup with Washington and Washington State, along with BYU at Stanford. Games that have gone final in the meantime: Illinois, Purdue, San Jose State, and Troy won. Kentucky won. And then also, I think that's it, North Texas. I named them off earlier. And then everything else is ongoing. And that's, of course, still what's to come. And then next week in college football, we'll have the makeup game with Akron and Buffalo next Friday because of the weather. Lambert Smith with a reception, first down, Penn State. So back from break, the injury, timeout. 2nd and 8, they get a first down. Now back to running the football. Run the damn fucking ball, please. Jesus Christ. Nick Singleton, Katron Allen, whoever the hell it's going to be, run the ball. Work this clock, score a touchdown, that should do it. Touchdown, puts it out of reach, be down 11, 12 points. Complete to Brenton Strange at the 30, first down, Penn State. So they're still continuing to throw regardless of what we think. And rightfully so, because they're coaching and playing. We're not. But still, just, smart to... Oh, shit, yeah, he was wide open. Had him in the end zone touchdown, but they get the first down. We're going to work some clock here, but field goal still gives Michigan State a chance. Down 8. Need a touchdown and 2 points to tie it. Touchdown, 7.5 to play, puts the game away. So you need to score. So I'm saying you need to score a fucking touchdown here. 1st and 10 from the 31. Handoff, Katron Allen to the 24. Be 2nd and 3. Work some clock. Don't snap it until about 6:30 to play. But as mentioned, next week, Akron and Buffalo will play a makeup game on Friday. And then we'll have 2 conference title games on Friday as well. Clifford going into the end zone, incomplete, and 10 for Harrison Wallace. No flag on that, but there's a flag at the beginning of the play. It looks like at the line of scrimmage. So we'll see what the dirty laundry is. But yeah, 1 regular season makeup game next Friday, 2 conference title games, which we'll get to the matchups shortly. Offside on Michigan State. 5 yards, automatic first down. And then everything else next Saturday for the conference title games, and then the college football playoff will be revealed next Sunday along with the rest of the bowl games, and then we'll know destinations and opponents. 1st and 10, Penn State. First and 10 from the 20. Run the damn ball. And they will. Katron Allen to the 14. He's 2nd and 4. It's been him this whole entire drive. I don't know if there's something up with Singleton by any means. But as they near a 5-minute drive, which, like I said, they need one of those drives right now. Long touchdown drive. And put them out to pasture. Allen's nearing 100 yards rushing, I might add. 2nd and 4, Penn State from the 14. Another handoff to the fat man for 3. Be 3rd and 1 at the 11 with under 6 to play. Clock management, once again, ain't bad, but it can be 10 times fucking better. They shouldn't be snapping until there's 3 seconds on the play clock. They're continuing to give them more time if they don't score. So 3rd and 1, Clifford under center. And they'll hand off Nick Singleton, and he'll be stuffed. No gain on the play. I mean, that's typical play call, though. They've ran that how many fucking times? So they were ready for that, and they stuffed them. God damn. Wisconsin, as time expires, into the end zone. Incomplete. Minnesota wins. 23-16 your final score. Gold Gophers 8-4. Win Paul Bunyan's axe. Wisconsin falls to 6-6. Alabama's going to beat Auburn. And then Oregon State, Oregon still on with the Beavers up. They're going to fucking go for it on 4th and 1 here. Oh, my God. I swear to fucking God, you don't get it. And you lose this game because of this. They run a bubble screen complete to Singleton. He's got a block. And he's going to walk into the end zone touchdown. All right, never fucking mind. Touchdown Penn State. 4:31 to play. Game's over. And they put the dagger into Sparty. 27-16. This game's for sure over now. About ready to say, though, go for it. You don't get it, and you fucking lose. Coming back to this play, that's the reason fucking why. When you should have kicked it, or if he did, go for it and didn't, and then not score still, or you score or whatever, like, come back to that play. But ballsy, for sure. But rather than a field goal, hey, 24-16, they score 27, 28-16, 4:31 to play. I mean, Michigan State still has all 3 timeouts, down 12 and 4.5 to play. His former Spartan head coach, Nick Saban, gets interviewed as Alabama wins the Iron Bowl once again over Auburn. So, defense still has to get on their stop here. Even though this game's over, the defense still has to get on their stop. If they don't, it could get interesting with a minute or two to play. If Michigan State would drive and score real quick. We'll leave it at that. So, yeah. 28-16. Still really should be with the 2 missed field goals. 34-16 now. That's a doubling up your opponent. So, I mean, they found a way. They did what they did. And they're going to win back the Land-Grant Trophy here, it looks like. They just got to put it away now, for sure. Even though that puts them down a little further, this game still ain't over. Because they still got 3 timeouts and 4.5 to play, down 12. They score 2 touchdowns, they win this fucking game. And then, it's the missed field goals by Penn State that fucking cost them. Because that's another 6 points. Time still ain't on Michigan State's side, but 4.5 and 3 timeouts, and the last 2 drives you've had, you scored on. If only you can score quicker, you're going to give yourself a better chance. Penn State defense still has to get on their stop here. They do. And a turnover would be nice. Regardless of who it's by, just get a stop. They've had a ton of tackles for loss today and this year. Almost have had 1,000 interceptions today and this year as well. Do have the 2 fumbles, but only able to capitalize off the 1 with a touchdown, and then, they missed the field goal on the other. But you got to, for sure, put them out of their misery now, okay? You got to get a defensive stop. Sean Clifford with another passing touchdown today, his third. That to Nick Singleton, who has 15 carries, 71 yards rushing, but 3 catches, 30 yards, and the receiving touchdown. So Penn State, hey, 4 passing touchdowns. 3 by Clifford, the other by Lambert Smith. 3 to the tight ends, 1 to the running back. 12-point, 28-16 lead with 4:31 to play. Michigan State 1st and 10. But got to find a way to put this, game away. Even though they sort of just did. They really got to put them down now. What the fuck's Brian Dable doing at the Penn State game today? Unless he's with Saquon. Of course, the Giants lost the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Man, what the fuck is he doing there? He has no connection to Penn State. As far as I know, he doesn't. Thorne's pass, incomplete. 3rd and 7. He does have connections to Michigan State, though. Because he was a assistant under Saban in East Lansing. That's right. And then, of course, he worked for Saban at Alabama as well. Got the Bills' offense coordinator job, and now he's head coach of the Giants. And then, well, Saquon and Penn State and the Giants, there's that. Okay. That's how, I guess, put it together. 3rd and 7. Peyton Thorne rolls out and going to heave it, and it's going to be picked off finally by Kalen King. I told you you'd get one of them, didn't I not? Kalen King with the interception. And now 4:04 to play, up 12, 1st and 10. Run the ball, make them call their timeouts, and game's over. 4th, 5th, whatever fucking time it was with the charm for Kalen King. And they got good field, too. So they could potentially score again here. And then it'd be a push. If they would score a touchdown, it's a 19-point favorite, already up 12. But doesn't matter. Just win. Like I said, turnover would be nice. They pick them off. 1st and 10, Penn State. And with 4:04 to play, Michigan State with a big error. Turnovers, yeah, killer. First 2, they got only 7 points. Should be 10. See if they can score off this turnover. I mean, the good field, short field for that matter, they should be able to. Run the ball. And it's not running up the score, just they can't fucking stop you. 1st and 10 from the 35. Sean Clifford looking to throw. Into the end zone. Keandre Lambert Smith caught, touchdown Penn State. 1 play after the turnover, touchdown. And, okay, that might have been running up a little bit. But there's still 4 minutes to play. 34-16. Extra point to come. Yeah, now you're at a push if he makes it. Missed field goals for sure would cover. But, hey, 1 play, 1 pass, 1 catch, 1 touchdown to number 1, Keandre Lambert Smith, who had a passing touchdown earlier. Now he gets a receiving touchdown. 34-16 with 3:56 to play. First passing touchdown, though, to a receiver today. Had 3 to tight ends and then 1 to a running back. And then they score again. And now they're going to look at it. So for the final time, Beaver Stadium this year, they're going to think and then hopefully tell us something good. But in the meantime, yeah, don't do me like that. That's a touchdown. And if not, well, they still got the ball incomplete, 2nd and 10, up 12. Score on them again. You know? That's a fucking touchdown. Yeah, they should let this be. It's a fucking touchdown. He caught it, controlled it, possessed it. Of course, had to find indisputable evidence to return it. Touchdown. It's a touchdown. As it was on the field, and it will be a touchdown afterwards. Should be, at least. It's a fucking touchdown. That is a touchdown. The ball fucking took forever to get to him. Rolling on the field as the touchdown stands, touchdown Penn State. Here comes the extra point, and this game's over, and Mel Tucker knows it. And, talk about him earlier, potentially, I still don't think he's the right man for the job. Yeah, he signed an extension with Michigan State right before this very game last year, just like James Franklin did, because both universities were scared, felt like they were both going to leave for other jobs, which they did. Of course, they got extensions and they stayed. They're going to have a decision to make on if they want to pay up, to fire him. He'll end up staying, but over time, he doesn't, win 8, 9, 10 games every year. He's going to be gone. Touchdown Penn State in the meantime, 35-16. And they'll win back the land-grant trophy. And for the 1, 2, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th game this year. Score 30 plus. They have one win with only 17 points scored. A loss with 17 points scored, so there was still some balance there. The other loss, they still scored 31. So in 10 of their 12 games, and they sit at 9-2 right now, and they'll have that 10th win here in 356. Scored 30 plus points. They're averaging 35 a game for the most part. And then the defense, only allowing, I believe it was last week, entering the Rutgers game of 19. So, okay, they only gave up half of that last week. A little more than that today, but still less than the average. Like, they have a good two-score lead averaged in margin of victory, give or take. Win or loss, for that matter. I mean, 10-2 is damn good for anybody. But, for where they've been the past 2 years, at 4-5 and 7-6, even have 10-win seasons in the past. 10-2 this year, it's special. It is. It's been 10 years since the 12 team with everything they went through, and 6 years removed from a Big Ten championship. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, though, in the 2 losses, if only. But, they're going to have a chance to win 11 games this year. With wherever they go and whoever they play in the bowl game, which we'll get to in a minute once we hit a final score. When entering this year, they were 11-11 over the past 2 years. And then to have those many wins in 1 year this year with a bowl win. I mean, come on, man. Can't fucking write that. But they've gone out and done it. They just got to finish. And then they got to continue to build. And then talk about still the potential that they have. With the high expectations, you know, year after year after year, game after game after game. Regardless if they're, you know, underdogs, they should win this game. You know, they should win this game. So on and so forth. I'm telling you, watch out for Penn State football. Holding on Michigan State. 10 yards, I'll replay the down, be 2nd and 20. So 2nd and 20 for Michigan State. Thorne gets sacked back at the 10-yard line. In the meantime, Oregon State defeats Oregon. So just as Clemson lost earlier, Oregon State beats Oregon. And Penn State at 11 with more games to be played tonight with teams to lose. As has been saying, potentially should be, honestly, because everybody's going to take each other out. Should be in the top 8 going in the bowl games. Maybe even a little higher. Michigan State on to punt with 2:22 to play on 4th and 22. Penn State going to get it back and fuel nil downs later because they ain't going to call any timeouts, and that'll do it. So Penn State with a fair catch at the 25, 1st and 10. So Clifford going to end his Penn State career at home with a career-high 13 straight completions. We'll see if they throw here. 1st and 10 Penn State from the 25 with 2 minutes to play. And no handoff, and rightfully so. Nick Singleton for 8 yards. I mean, if he'd break one and get 1,000 on that, you know, that'd be, you know, pretty sweet. But I doubt it. All they have to do is, you know, honestly just get a first down here and the game's over. So from the 32, 2nd and 3, another handoff. Nick Singleton, nowhere to go. So 3rd and 3, minute 18. Michigan State with 3 timeouts. Doesn't seem like they're going to be using them anyway. They're down 19, which was, in fact, the spread, so it'll be a push. Somebody knew something. 3rd and 3. Couple motion men. This will be the final play of the game. If they get a first down. Clifford, tuck it and run, and he does just that and slides and gets a Penn State first down, and they don't even have to snap it. They don't want to. They can take a kneel down if they wish, but, well, he did. There it goes. Clock winds. And 1st and 10 Penn State, and that'll be all she wrote, folks. Penn State going to beat Michigan State 35-16 today, win back the Land-Grant Trophy, and pick up their 10th win of the season and a 10-win regular year before the bowl game. Potentially 11 wins, when to start the season they were 11-11 the past 2 years combined. So there's the Land-Grant Trophy as the final seconds tick off. Penn State ends the year of the home win as well. Franklin and Tucker with a post-game handshake. 2 rich men, to say the least. And Penn State's 3rd 10-win season under James Franklin. First, as mentioned earlier, yes, since 2019. But 16, 17, 19, and 22. With 7-5 14, 7-5 15. They had a 9-win season in 18. 4-7, back to 10 plus this year. And Penn State is a winner. $35-16. And what a night. They send us on FS1 to their next game that's about to kick off. 3.5 hours on the dot. And a 19-point win, as Penn State was 19-point favorite. So push, 35-16 your final score, even though it honestly should have been 41-16 because they missed 2 field goals. And then had a pick 6 dropped. They did have an interception late. 1 play later, touchdown to extend the lead after they went for it on a 4th and short and scored on that play, and another passing touchdown just prior to that. So, it was getting to a point there, 21-16. It's like, oh shit. Like, Michigan State's coming back. They scored on back-to-back drives and, cut it to 5. But cutting a lead rather than, taking a lead, which they never had today. Penn State led from the start, 7-0, 14-0, 14-3, 21-3, and then 21-10, 21-16. They went for 2, didn't get it. Penn State with another 14 unanswered after that, 35-16 your final score. And the difference in today's game, I thought, no doubt about it, was the running game. It starts up front. Got to be able to block to run the football. Penn State was able to do that extremely well with both Nick Singleton and Katron Allen. Neither are going to surpass 1,000 yards rushing in the regular season, but still got one more game to go for the bowl game to get to that point. So we'll figure out the difference later, but that's still on the table, as also potentially for Penn State. Also a New Year's Six bowl game is potentially still on the table. Just depends on what happens in front of them. Penn State ranked 11th in the country for the second consecutive week. Had both Clemson and Oregon lose ahead of them, along with Ohio State. So 3 teams already today have gone down in the top 10, with a few more currently in action or about to kick off. They should rise to at least 9 with the 2 teams that have lost ahead of them. because, well, South Carolina is going to be ranked, but Clemson's going to fall behind. South Carolina won't be ahead of Penn State. Oregon State, with 3 losses, ain't going to be ahead of Penn State either, who has 2 losses, and both are to only Michigan and Ohio State, who played each other earlier today. And Michigan with the win over the Buckeyes. So, where to go from here? They should rise to at least 9. Like I've been saying, though, they should honestly be in the top 8 come bowl season. Maybe even a little higher. I mean, the teams that, are ranked ahead of them that are playing right now or going to kick off shortly that, could potentially lose. So you want to root, South Carolina and Oregon State, they both won. Okay. You had Ohio State go down, but the thing is, Ohio State's going to be ranked ahead of Penn State because they beat them. So the Buckeyes are going to drop, but the question is how far. Notre Dame is at USC shortly. A&M's at LSU right now, or vice versa. LSU's at A&M, but A&M's up 7 late first quarter. TCU's going to get to 12-0. They win the Big 12 next week. They should be in the playoff. And then Tennessee's right ahead of them. I don't think I really missed anybody. Well, Alabama won. So Georgia's won. Ohio State lost at 2, but they'll fall. They're still ahead of Penn State. Michigan won. Michigan arguably could be the number 1 fucking team in the country come Tuesday night. TCU gonna win, so they'll continue to stay where they're at. Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU. LSU's on right now. USC to kick off. Alabama won. Clemson lost. Oregon lost. And then Tennessee's on short as well. And then Penn State won. So that's the top 11. All right. Yeah, so they're gonna rise and be at least in the top 10, 9 potentially. I still think top 8 come bowl season. I do, because chaos this weekend. We're gonna have chaos again next weekend. There's still a slim chance that they could make the playoff, but that's doubtful. Okay. The way they get to the Rose Bowl is if both Michigan and Ohio State make the playoff. If it's just Michigan after they win the Big Ten next week against Purdue, Ohio State's going to Pasadena. And then Penn State could get a New Year's 6 in Dallas at the Cotton Bowl or down in South Beach at the Orange Bowl. Penn State's for sure going to the Citrus Bowl. For sure. At 10-2. But they could sneak into the Cotton or Orange. Let alone the Rose, but both Michigan and Ohio State have to make the playoff for that to happen. Because they lost to both of them. But a different story than they lost to one of them. Especially Michigan, and then said they beat Ohio State, and then they had that tiebreaker with Ohio State's loss earlier. Still have 2 losses. With their win today, then they'd have that right. Regardless if, the Big Ten want to be getting 2 teams in. But you never know. At that point, who knows? But, we'll see what happens. But Penn State's for sure going to be going to the Citrus Bowl in Orlando again. But could be the Rose Bowl. But it seems more likely if it's a New Year's 6, it's going to be the Cotton or the Orange Bowl, because it ain't going to be the Sugar Bowl with the tie-in with the Big 12 and SEC, and then, of course, the Peach and the Fiesta are the two playoff semis for the college football playoff. So then that leaves the others as we've gone over. So we'll know next Sunday for sure, but just overall depends on everything else. Of course, it's already happened, this week, and then still to come tonight, as, we've gone over. And then next week as well in the conference championship games. That right now look like this. Next Friday, we'll have North Texas and UTSA in the Conference USA title game. The Pac-12 championship game is going to be USC and, well, unless they lose, it's Notre Dame here, and then be interesting with the tiebreakers from there. But then either, I believe it's this order if I'm not mistaken, Oregon, Washington, and Utah. But then Oregon just lost again, and Utah won, and then Washington is in the Apple Cup later on the night against Washington State. So with the Rose Bowl, Big Ten, Pac-10, Pac-12, Rose Bowl is a possibility, but that's after a close Michigan-Ohio State game from earlier that, sort of got away from the Buckeyes late. So we'll see how the rankings, shake up from there. But they're both still going to be ranked ahead of Penn State's the thing. But that's still only, once again, if both the Wolverines and Buckeyes make the college football playoff, okay? That Penn State goes to the Rose Bowl. And that would be against whoever wins the Pac-12 or the loser if USC were to make the playoffs. So, like I said, Oregon, Washington, Utah, also possibilities there. Next week in the Big 12 title game, it'll be TCU and either Kansas State or Texas. Toledo's playing Ohio in the MAC championship game, so go Bobcats. There's going to be a hole in the bottle tonight. But as Purdue, Ohio, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio State, and Maryland are the bowl-eligible teams that Penn State played this year. We'll also have Coastal Carolina and Troy in the Sun Belt title game. That should be a good game. As should be LSU Georgia in the SEC championship game, yes. Fresno State, Boise State in the MAC, or make it the Mountain West title game. We'll have a MAC team in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, though, from the Blue Turf in Boise come bowl season. And be sure to keep an eye out for my bowl game predictions as well, as always. Tulane's either going to play UCF or Cincinnati in the American Athletic Conference title game. And in the ACC and Big Ten championships, we'll see Clemson, North Carolina, and Purdue and Michigan, respectively. And then everybody else is going to be off until their bowl game. Unless they didn't make a bowl game, then their season is officially over. And it's on to next year. In the meantime, just want to say thank you for tuning in today and all season long for college football, Penn State live watch-along reactions, live here on YouTube, whether it's been audio or video. Thank you for tuning in. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. But then, for Penn State, because it ain't going to be college football playoff with the semis in Atlanta for the Peach Bowl or out in the desert for the Fiesta Bowl. Rose Bowl is a possibility, like I said, but both Michigan and Ohio State have to make the playoff for that to happen. Had a close game early, but then Michigan pulled away in the fourth. So, like I said, we'll see how that shakes out. But both teams still going to be ranked ahead of the Lions because of the two losses. But that's only still Penn State goes to the Rose Bowl if both Michigan and Ohio State make the college football playoff, which, like I said earlier, I don't see that happening. But you never know. What would really screw Penn State over would be if Purdue won the Big Ten. Because then Michigan would go to the Rose Bowl, Ohio State would get a New Year's Six, and then Penn State for sure gets a Citrus Bowl. Penn State's for sure going to the Citrus Bowl no matter what, but they could get the Orange Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, or the Rose Bowl. Okay? Which of those four are damn good bowl games, along with the others that are also in the New Year's Six, and then, of course, the national championship game as well. So, yeah, there's that. The Cotton and Orange Bowl, it would be for Penn State potentially against the highest ranked non-Power 5, which would be the American Athletic Conference champ. Whether that's Tulane, UCF, or Cincinnati, there's that game potentially. And then also an at-large versus an at-large bowl game in the Orange Bowl, let alone the Cotton Bowl. We'll see, who has the right of way and is going to be able to choose. The thing is, bowl selection committees know Penn State travels well, and they know they'll bring in money. So, Citrus Bowl, Orange Bowl, Cotton Bowl, maybe the Rose. That's where Penn State sits at. Like, hell, they sunk in the Outback Bowl last year. So, they're going bowling at 10-2. Going to hope to pick up their 11th win in that very bowl game, wherever it's at. But it's not going to be the Sugar Bowl because of the tie-in with the Big 12 and SEC. But say Cotton Bowl, Orange Bowl against the highest ranked non-Power 5, the American Conference champ, in either Tulane, UCF, or Cincinnati. The at-large versus at-large, depending on what happens. Okay? Depending on what happens. Has already happened today, is happening right now, and will happen tonight, along with next week, depending on what happens. Because Penn State ain't going to be playing. They'll just sit back and watch. And then they'll find out next Sunday where they're going. But it could be LSU, Alabama, Clemson, Tennessee potentially. But as mentioned, if they don't make a New Year's Six Bowl, Penn State, they'll for sure be going to Orlando for the Citrus Bowl. Last time they were there, they lost to Kentucky. The previous time they were there, they beat LSU in a monsoon. Citrus Bowl is going to be the lowest at this point they'll be going to. They would have lost today, potentially the Outback Bowl, but still lowest would have been the Citrus Bowl. So Penn State's for sure going to go to the Citrus Bowl, but maybe it's the Rose, maybe it's the Cotton, maybe it's the Orange. It's always a fruit or a clothing material of some sorts, or, a spice, or you get what I'm saying. You got the Rose, Fiesta, Cotton, Sugar, Peach, and Orange Bowl, for God's sake. So in the Citrus Bowl. Okay? Yeah. Simple. But in those games for Penn State, for the most part, the Citrus Bowl, opponents for Penn State, and I think, once again, it's going to depend on what happens, as mentioned. So we'll see what does in fact happen. We'll know more later tonight and then tomorrow for sure, and then next week after the conference championship games. But Penn State in the Citrus Bowl versus also, say, LSU, Tennessee, Alabama. But then it comes down to Mississippi State, Ole Miss, and South Carolina. So we'll see where they go and who they play, but I'll leave it at that. In the meantime, these night games are underway. Penn State, though, with a 35-16 win. For the push against Michigan State. 35-16 your final score. See, after the games we watched earlier, it seems like tonight we're going to be watching for sure Notre Dame, USC, along with LSU, Texas A&M. Kansas State. Shouldn't be half bad. Apple Cup, Washington State, BYU, Stanford. Oklahoma, Texas Tech on FS1 following this Penn State, Michigan State game still. Honestly, shouldn't be that bad either. Tennessee, Vandy. Vandy's had a couple big wins recently against Kentucky and Florida. Can they get 3 in a row? I don't know. I mean, yeah, the 2 games Nittany Nation should be watching. And I know it's going to be hard to root for Notre Dame. But it's Notre Dame, USC, along with LSU, Texas A&M. Even Tennessee, Vandy, for that matter. Just, if Notre Dame beats USC, I don't think they jump Penn State. Because they have a couple losses that, of course, they're not the team they were early in the season, but still. But that'd be a big win for them. Okay, so Georgia won, Michigan won, TCU won, Alabama won, South Carolina beat Clemson, Oregon State beat Oregon, and then you got Tennessee, Vandy on right now, Notre Dame, USC on right now, and LSU, Texas A&M on right now. And that's everybody that's either won or lost, having already played today, or on right now. So, yeah, you sort of got to root for Vanderbilt. Where's James Franklin at when you fucking need him? Along with Texas A&M and Notre Dame. And I know that's going to be a little hard, but pull for the Fighting Irish, along with the Aggies and the Commodores. So Penn State wins at 35-16. Peyton Thorne, 24-43, 229 and a touchdown. Had an interception. Kalen King finally picked him. Collins only had 10 carries, 33 yards rushing. Berger, 7 of 14. But then Thorne, negative 21 yards rushing on sacks, even though they had a rushing touchdown. They had Michigan State, 25 carries for 25 yards rushing as a team. Coleman almost had 100-yard receiving, 8 catches for 91 yards. Mosley, 462. Reed, 636. But Penn State, they were able to run the football. And then they controlled the clock in the second half. Won that by about 9, almost 10 minutes. Didn't win the penalty battle, as Franklin would say, but they won the turnovers. And they capitalized with 14 points off of those 3 with 2 touchdowns. Missed a field goal on the other. Missed 2 field goals. You know, final score really should have been 41-16, but it's 35-16. A win still a win, though. So that's all that matters. They were 50%, 4 of 8 on third down in the first half. They were the same in the second half to finish at 8 of 16, 2 of 2 then on fourth down. Gave up a couple fourth down conversions to Michigan State, but the difference was the running game. It was. Michigan State as a team, as mentioned, 25 for 25 carries and yards. Okay. Penn State, 45 for $160, with Katron Allen having 21 carries, 82 yards rushing, and then Nick Singleton, 17 carries, 78 yards rushing. Singleton also had 3 catches, 30 yards, receiving the touchdown, and Fat Man 3-24 out of the backfield. Penn State had 5 passing touchdowns for the 35 points and 2 missed field goals. Capitalized off of some turnovers as well. Theo Johnson, 3 of 62 and 2 touchdowns. Kendra Lambert-Smith had a passing touchdown, 1 of 1 for 48 yards, and one of those 2 touchdowns Johnson caught was intended to him. And Lambert-Smith also had a receiving touchdown, 5 of 83 and a touchdown as well. Singleton, 3 of 30 in the score out of the backfield. Allen was mentioned, 3 of 24. Tyler Warren, 2 of 17 in receiving touchdown. That was off of the punt return fumble because they missed the field goal off the first fumble at the start of the game. Had the punt return fumble, scored off of that, and then, they scored again one play after the interception by Thorne. 35-yard pass, a touchdown to Keandre Lambert-Smith from Sean Clifford. So Sean Clifford in his final home game for Penn State, 6-year senior, had only 5 incompletions. 19 of 24, 202 yards passing, and 4 passing touchdowns. And he, is the top Penn State program history as the all-time passing yards leader. And another 10-win season with him at the helm at starting quarterback. So, 2 of his 4 years as starter, and 19 to 22, and then the last 2 years are 11-11 total, 10-plus wins. That's why I said the big deal for Penn State. From 7-5 to 7-5 and 14 and 15 in Franklin's first 2 years to a 10-win season and a Big Ten championship, and then another 10-win season and a New Year's Six bowl win. Had one less win the year after that, but then another, 10-plus win year and another New Year's Six bowl win, I might add. And then the past 2 years, they've been rough and tough and very frustrating, very disappointing. From 0-5, the worst ever start to a season in Penn State football history, to winning 4 straight, to then winning 5 straight at the start of last year, to win 9 in a row before they lost 6 of 8 down the stretch last year. So 0-5 to start 2020, and then 4-5 finish. And then 5-0 start last year, and they lose 6 of 8, finish 7-6. So it's 11-11 entering this year in 2022. 11-11 is 22, I might add as well, and now they're 1 win away from their 11th win this year. As I said, 10-2, and their 2 losses are to Michigan and Ohio State, who played each other today in the game. Michigan with the win over the Buckeyes, but those 2 losses to arguably 2 of the best teams in the fucking country, for God's sakes. So Penn State's going to finish the season after they started 5-0, lost, won, lost. They're going to finish with a 4-game winning streak, looking to make it a 5-game winning streak to end the year, just like they started the year with a bowl win, with wherever they go and whoever they play. And whenever that game is, I'll have live watch along reactions live on YouTube, so be sure to tune back in. Just to say thank you in the meantime, though, for tuning in today and all year, once again, for College Football Penn State live watch along reactions. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Penn State with a 35-16 win against Michigan State today, and winning back, just as they won back with Governor Turkey Bell in the whiteout against Minnesota last month. They win back the Land Grant Trophy today against Michigan State Spartans, sending them packing into next year because they needed a win to get to bowl eligibility. They finished at 5-7. Penn State at 10-2. And, looking ahead, the Rose Bowl is still on the table, potentially, for Penn State. They just need both Michigan and Ohio State to make the college football playoff. And that's all just going to depend on what else happens from now until next Sunday. And with everything that's already happened today, but ranking-wise come Tuesday night, with everything still to play on this evening, Penn State's going to move up into the top 10. Should be in the top 9 for sure. I still think they're going to be in the top 8, maybe even a little higher now, depending on what else happens come bowl season. And then it goes back to the 2 fucking losses with 4th and 6, man, and 9-26. If only things would have went their way. They win those 2 games or one of them rather than lost both of them, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. They didn't win them, they lost them. But it'd be a hell of a lot higher. Maybe a perfect 12-0. Big Ten title game, win that, you're in the playoff, you play on, maybe you're in the national championship game. That's how fucking close Penn State was this year. 4th and 6 at Michigan. And they go for it when they should have punted. 1 play later, Michigan scored, ran away with it from there. 2 weeks later, a month ago, when they hosted Ohio State, 9:26 to play. Turnovers cost them that day, along with not having a running game. But final 10 minutes, Ohio State just controlled the game and wanted it more, it felt like, and they won. But Penn State's won 4 straight since, and they finished at 10-2. So, round of applause to the blue and white. And like I said, big deal to get to 10 wins this year, especially where they've been the past 2 years. Once again, though, man, if only this or that goes their way when it didn't. Shit happens. And everything happens for a reason. But so close, but yet so far away. But they're still right there. And if they win the bowl game, they're going to finish definitely in the top 10, let alone maybe even the top 5. And then come next year, preseason rankings don't mean shit, but they should definitely be ranked to begin the year next year. So, of course, that's then. This is now. They got to continue to take care of business themselves. And regardless of who they, match up against in a bowl game, I mean, I think those opponents potentially that they could, face off against, and whether it be the Rose Bowl, that I think still potentially on the table. But they got to have Michigan and Ohio State both make the playoff, for that matter. But then the Cotton Bowl, the Orange Bowl, even the Citrus Bowl, for God's sakes. That's certain. They're going there, but it could potentially be a little higher up with one of those other 3, Rose, Cotton, Orange. In any which order. No doubt about it, would take the granddaddy of them all. And then probably the Orange Bowl, because they just played in the Cotton Bowl a couple years ago. It's been, almost 20 years since they went to the Orange Bowl. Still haven't seen them in the fucking Peach Bowl. That's myself. For as young as I am, I've seen them in the Rose Bowl. I've seen them in the Fiesta Bowl. I've seen them in the Cotton Bowl. Sugar Bowl as well. Peach and Sugar. Have not seen Penn State play in. Saw them in the Orange Bowl, of course. Citrus Outback. Other bowl games as well. But it'll be a little tough for the Sugar Bowl with the tie in with the Big 12 and SEC. But then the College Bowl playoff is going to be expanding, and then these New Year's 6 bowls and the bowl games right below them. Citrus Outback, so on and so forth. Holiday Bowl for that matter, and trying to think of a couple more. There'll be potential neutral sites, following the first round, depending on how it works out, home game and so on and so forth. Because no doubt about it, they had a 12-team playoff this year, a little in a 19, 17, and 16, even 18 for that matter. So yeah, 16, 17, pretty sure 18 with the ranking, 19, and then this year they'd be in the college football playoff. Like, that's what I'm saying. They're so fucking close, man. They just got to get over that. It ain't that big of a hump anymore. It's right there in the fucking front of them for the taking. They just got to grab the bull by the horns and go. I'm telling you, watch out for Penn State football next year and the years to come. If they continue to recruit and put it all together and execute on the field and win, like they won 10 games this year and maybe another one for an 11-win season. Playoff going to be expanding. Yes, USC, UCLA joining the conference in 24. But even with a 12-team playoff, you can afford to have 2, maybe even 3 losses then at that point and still make the fucking playoff, because it's going to be the top 12 teams in the country. And then if you get red hot, just like in the NFL, late in the year, hopefully you're playing your best football late, you can go on a run. So yeah, watch out for Penn State football is all I'll say. Because one thing I just said, I haven't seen him play in the the peach of the Sugar Bowl. One thing I definitely haven't seen them do, as they've come close twice in 05 and 08 with one losses to Michigan and Iowa by 2 points and 1 point. And then finishing, third in the country, is making it to the national championship and winning a national championship in college football. And if you know me personally, as big of a college football and Penn State fan that I am, that'd mean a lot. But, of course, not right now. Because, they're not there. They are, but they're not. So I'm saying, so close, yet so far away still. But, hey, a win's a win here. 35-16 your final score. We'll see where they end up. And I'll have live watch-along reactions for the bowl game. Whether it be the Rose Bowl against USC, Oregon, Washington, Utah, let alone the Cotton Bowl or Orange Bowl against Tulane, UCF, Cincinnati, or even LSU, Alabama, Clemson, or Tennessee, or the Citrus Bowl against, also say, LSU, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, and South Carolina. I'll have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube, so be sure to tune in then. But I think that'll do it. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. There's always links in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button. Notification bell next to it. Live right here on YouTube. And thank you to the seniors. We are Penn State. With the black shoes, basic blues, no names, all game. They fought on state. The Lions roared, winning back the Land Grant Trophy. So hell to the Lions. As always, they are heroes. They are winners. They are Penn State football. And the Nittany Lions defeat Michigan State once again. Your final and official score, 35-16. They get to 10-2, and now we'll wait, as they'll be off next week. Fortunately, not playing in the Big Ten championship game, but they did lose to Michigan and Ohio State. But those are two damn good losses. If they're to anybody, honestly, yeah. You'd want them to be to them, not anybody else that you beat this year, for that matter, even though they did have a few close calls. But now they just await their bowl destination. And following Turkey Day, we'll see if they hit the Triple X in about a month from now, regardless of who they play. Because like I said, I feel like with those opponents that I named off potentially that they could match up against, I think any of those games could be damn good. So now they got a month, like I was saying earlier, to get healthy. And they're on a 4-game winning streak. Well, why not go back on a 5-game winning streak to end the season like you started it? And finish at 11-2, and then get into 2023 before WVU rolls in week 1 for a big non-conference matchup. Big Ten regular season games after today, as the Penn State-Michigan State game was officially the final Big Ten game to kick off this year. Games, unfortunately, are not going to be on ABC or ESPN anymore. It's going to be CBS, Fox, NBC. So we'll see, kick times and networks for the games next year, which we're going to dive more into later and talk about recruiting after the bowl game and so on and so forth, like we have in the past, and just ramble on like I always do anyway. Try to pinpoint this, connect that, and put it all together like, they did 10 times this year on the gridiron, and finishing at 10-2 with another win today against the Michigan State Spartans, winning back once again the Land-Grant Trophy for as ugly but pretty as it is, 35-16, your final score. So now, like I said, they just await bowl destination and bowl opponent, and then a month to prep for them and myself as well. Because those matchups, even the teams I named off, potential good games, yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, other than a few, Penn State really doesn't have any history with. So it'd be interesting to see, if they would play them, for whoever it would be, to take them on one-on-one in a bowl game and, make the best team win. And like I said, hopefully they can finish just like they started. Right back where they started from. Come full circle. Shit tells itself sometimes, I tell you what. 5 straight, start of the year, 5 straight to end the year potentially here now too. So, I'll leave it at that. Penn State wins it 35-16 over Michigan State. And once again, as always, we are Penn State, but they are heroes. They are winners. They are Penn State football.